Good morning. Checking up on our stations just real quick. Had a bit of a long weekend, but we are back. More Kerbal Space Program. And I don't know what to do today. We were messing around with surface experiments, and they seem okay, but the scope is far smaller than I expected. I thought that we would be able to set up our surface experiments in every different biome that we came across, but it seems like it's actually just one surface experiment pack per, body. Which is fine, but a lot less design work that we need to do, I guess. So upside and a downside, I kind of enjoy the design work. I'm just going around to our other stations real quick to make sure that they work. We need to get a crew up to our brand new station that we just put out. Yeah, you were way first, Tom. I saw you in the channel list when I was first getting set up about 45 freaking minutes ago. I had a Windows update last night that I wouldn't have even known about if it hadn't failed to turn off my computer when I went to bed. Apparently there was something going on, and then I had a secondary update that I had to do this morning, and then I lost all audio. Every bit of it. I couldn't hear the game, I couldn't watch streams or videos, and they kind of changed the window for it all. Pain in the butt. So we're getting going a little bit late. We're almost half an hour late, fortunately. Wish I had known before I had got the game all set up, and then I could have just gotten working on fixing it instead of relaunching the game a couple of times thinking it was just the game. Because as far as voice meter goes, my headset worked just fine when I would output to my headset, so I had no idea what the hell was going on for a minute there, but we got it. Let's go check out Science Station number 3. This is our newest one, just fresh up into space. And if I didn't fudge it up, this should also be a hotel. I hope so. I hope that we did our tour and that I completed that contract, and then if I did, we should be getting some contracts to bring people up here. Why are you off at an odd angle, little hotel? I wonder if this even has the ability to write itself. If I go and pop on RCS for a second. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I should have probably put these nozzles all the way up on the top of these, because they are not going to be efficient at all. Hell, as long as they get the job done, it's all good. I have 403 monoprop on board, so I won't be able to do this very frequently, but looks like we got it. Oh, that's awesome, Dom. Congratulations. Good work, man. What are you going to apply that to? Are you going for a job? Okay, stop messing with our orbit. We're at a really good 525, so hopefully that's stable. Hopefully it'll stay there. Oh man. Back to the Space Center. I do have to pick up my pilot, so I think that we did finish that mission, no problem. So, the reason that I was oh-manning is I was having a couple of drinks, I was watching movies with Deb while, right after I got done streaming on our Friday, and I made a transport, another wingless shuttle transport kind of thing. First semester, got 4 years left. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad to hear it's going well at right off the bat then. I'll show you the transport. But I screwed something up. Like, really bad. So I planned on reverting it, like all the little test flights that I was doing. And I was only half paying attention to them anyway. Let's see, I think it's this one. It's pretty well balanced. It's a little sluggish. I need to upgrade the monopropellant nozzles to the same kind that we have on the station. I could also get rid of this inline volute, because the damn thing doesn't work. Let's get rid of that. So this is the transport design. And I was just trying to think of a good shuttle that we could just refuel, bring people up to it, and use this shuttle just for going from a low orbit all the way out for flybys of the moon, because we are supposed to be getting some tourist contracts. Matter of fact, I think I already have 3 of them that are for Minmus. So people are already wanting to pay us to go do flybys of Minmus. So this is one of the original designs, and I totally fucked up. I was doing my test flights, I had a bunch of stowaways. If we go and look right now, like, yeah, this whole thing is just full of scientists, pilots, all kinds of people. And somehow I lost the ability to revert. I went and reloaded a quick save or something. So I was testing it out for re-entry to see if maybe I could skip a step and just launch this and do our flyby and then come back and use this to set down. That's why it has parachutes, even though the original version did not have any parachutes, because it would basically just stay up in space. And we would go and meet up with it with just a low orbit vessel, transfer all of our tourists into it, and then use this to take them out on their flyby of the moon. So I got all these people in there, I do the re-entry, I lose all of my tanks on the bottom, barely survive, I do set down, and then I realized that I had no ability to revert. Like, I was stuck with it. I hadn't made a save before that or anything. Thankfully, we didn't lose anybody, but we totally could have. It was really freaking close there, and I'm very surprised that we didn't have any impromptu deaths. But yeah, I don't know. It really isn't that difficult to balance this out. It's pretty stable and everything. Let's go back over here. It's off a little bit. Problem though, it's just very sluggish. Like, once it's out of fuel, when it was doing its re-entry test, not a big deal. But it's slow as shit going in for like a docking maneuver or anything. So I need to tear off all these little guys, all of our monopropellant nozzles, and just upgrade them all to higher powered nozzles. And then it would be okay. But I don't know if I want to go with this one. I think I'll do something a little bit more basic. Let's go ahead and, well, don't save that. And rather than loading anything, let's go over to new. Because we have this command pod. So I was kind of thinking about making this into something that could get up, get its ass out to do a flyby and come on back. Good morning, Anna. And I don't think it'll be too difficult. It is a fairly large diameter, though, and I don't know how many parts I have for it. My chat wigging out, or is my mod wigging out? You doing okay over there? Yeah, I don't think we have any better options at the moment, anyway. Well, I haven't really looked into the Mark IIIs either, because we do have this awesome viewing cupola that we used on this station. So let's pull that part out real quick. I want to see what kind of Mark III crew cabins we have. And then the hard part's going to be putting a heat shield on it. But the Mark III configuration may be more efficient. Might be able to fit as many people in something that weighs less. Is it pretty good? I've heard a lot of good things about Fire Emblem. I haven't looked into it though. I haven't watched any videos or anything on it. If you have a YouTuber or a Twitch channel, somebody that likes to play it a lot that you want to refer me to, send me a whisper. Or just link them in chat and I'll go give them a follow. But if it's a YouTube channel, just send me a whisper. You only slept like 4 hours last night because you were playing so much of it? That's awesome. Always the sign of a wonderful game. You know, I see a Convertitron here. I'm in utility. So our crew cabins I thought would be in here. I don't see any crew cabins for the Mark III at all yet. I definitely could have just overlooked them. Here's our Mark I. This is the Humpback class crew compartment for OPT. I see a passenger gondola for the airships mod. All of these guys. But I do not see a damn thing from Mark III right now. So I probably just haven't unlocked them. Let's go take a look at the tech tree. It might be something worth grabbing. I'm gonna go into here. And I'm assuming that all those parts are gonna be in aeronautics. Or aerodynamics or whatever. So we got Mark IIs. A couple of different kinds of Mark I's. Nothing in that node. What about high altitude flight? There's a Mark II crew cabin, and that fits 4 people. A couple of neat OPT parts. That was one of the problems that I had with the shuttle that I was working on. That little transport, the flyby transport. I don't have a whole lot of pieces unlocked for them. I wonder why this SRB is in the hypersonic flight. I'm cool with it, but weird. Oh, okay. Intended for use by Mark III space planes or as a lower stage for heavy rockets. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember if it was Psy. I think it was Psy. It may have been Carr that was playing it. But I hadn't got an update on what they thought yet. So you're digging it, huh? An iguana tailpiece. We do have a Mark III saddle tank. That'll we can just attach those wherever the hell we want to fit two more seats on something. Specifically though, that's what I want. Yo baby. So a Mark III passenger module will carry 16 flippin' people. And all in all, like, Mark III definitely seems to be the way to go. As far as our laboratory right now, the Mark III is definitely the best choice. And it looks like the Mark III passenger module is definitely going to be the best choice too. Is there an upgrade to that? The Mark IV carries a dozen. How much should that weigh? Weighs about 6.5 tons. Where'd that Mark IV go? Ah, right here. So 12 seats for about 4.5 tons. I don't think we have any upgrades for it. Looks like there's just the one passenger cabin, which is fine. So if I wanted that, I would need 680 research points. We have 438. We could grab the prereq for it. I was saving up for... Oh, wait, no. It's only 374. I can get exactly what I want. Well, fuck me. That's happening. And then do we have any other Mark III stuff available that we need to grab real quick? There's a Mark III inline docking port. That'd be wonderful. I'm gonna fall a little bit short on... Oh, 2 different kinds of Mark III docking ports. I'm gonna fall a little bit short on tech for now. Those are the command and tail flaps for that bigger command module that we were looking at. So there's a couple of pieces in there. Nano lathing. I don't actually see anything Mark III in here. So I want to grab Advanced Metalworks probably. And then I may have to start working on Supersonic Flight to get us some more pieces for it. I see Mark II pieces down here. This is all mostly Mark II and OPT. A Fulcrum Linear Aerospike engine. It looks like it's in a Mark III configuration, but I can't really tell. It doesn't actually say. And then an engine pre-cooler as well, in a Mark III. So there are a couple of pieces further up here, but it doesn't look like I would get anything in Supersonic Flight. Oh, nope. Not for a Mark III anyway. Still working on the Mark II stuff all the way back here until we get up to about the 3rd node in. Although that OPT stuff would be fairly handy. Good morning, Zio. And I wouldn't mind grabbing Mark II stuff. For the OPT parts, there's a couple of spots where I could have used them. I just kind of hid them with other stuffs, because I didn't have a whole lot of pieces to work with. Alright, well, I did grab the crew cabin. Let's see if there's anything neat we can make with what we got. I only know of one adapter right now that'll take us to a standard, just circular hookup. So there's definitely more pieces for me to grab for the Gojira here. Or Gohira, I don't know how to say things. I want to start out with this guy. The viewing cupola. And then our second piece would be the crew cabin. And I think this is a 2-man viewing cupola. There's our passenger module. I don't know, they actually look kind of funky on each other, don't they? Wonder if I have any other Mark III. Oh, I do. I have Mark III cockpit here. We have an inline command bridge. A Mark III there. We got all kinds of shit. We need to pick out a favorite. So, for now, let's get rid of that one. Let's grab just something inline, and we'll just ignore it. We're just gonna stack stuff on top of it. That looks far more better. I like that one. And what about this one? Ooh, I like that one too. Doors on both sides. So many options now. So that was this one and this one. We also have an inline, but I'm not sure if I would want to use an inline for this particular thing. With a crew capacity of 3. And let's see, this one over here has a crew capacity of 4. Both of these do. So these are both 4 people. Ooh, I like that one too. And what's your crew capacity? Also 4. I think that's it. I think those are our options. I don't know, I think this last one is probably my favorite out of them. I don't think that I was able to grab that inline though. Let's see if we have a Mark III inline, inline docking port. Nope, I think it was further down in the next node. So we could definitely wait until we have enough science to put this whole thing together. But honestly, this is about all we need. Like, that puts us up to a 20 passenger plus one room for one pilot transport with only 2 pieces. Then we need our maneuvering section, and I don't think I have any Mark III tanks. Let's see if we do though. We may have just unlocked one. Well, I know of one that we have. Oh, okay, so we have a bicoupler. We do have a regular fuselage, but I'm less interested in the fuselage and more interested in, like, bays and what we could lead down into an engine with. That would be pretty good looking. And we do have some swept, some side-swept adapters. A tri-coupler. This is a bicoupler, so we could go from the Mark III to a 2-engine, or more than likely what we would use is this one, the 3-engine. And I don't think we get the Mark IV passenger module yet. Let me look in utility again. I'm pretty sure it'll be under Mark IV. I have a fuselage, I have a service bay, single adapter. We do have the Thunderhawk, what is it? Thunderhawk cockpit, and that's a 4-person. But I don't have a, you know, a crew thingy thing. I think this is better anyway. Now, one thing that sucks about this, though, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have an inflatable heat shield for this. I don't know how the hell I would inline a normal heat shield to that. And I don't think I want to try it without a heat shield. Just because of the total size of the vehicle. Pretty sure we'd end up losing parts. So, let's go back over to the tech tree. 20 passenger, though, that would be enough for a moon flyby for sure. It might not be enough for us to do all of our moon flybys, fulfill all of our contracts in one mission. Basically taking all the people that want to go see one moon, and all the people that want to go see the other moon, and all the people that want to go see both moons, and put them all into one vessel. I don't think 20 is going to be quite enough for a grand tour. That we can combine all of our tourist contracts into, but it'll be enough for direct flybys for sure. So I think I have to get up to aerospace composites. Yeah, for the Mark IV crew cabin. And the cool thing about those is they're fairly short. They're not very long compartments, so we could easily stack 2 of those. That would bring us up to 24 plus the 4 for the cockpit, so 28 people overall, 27 passengers and 1 pilot. And then after that we get our cargo bays. Those are going to be very important later on, but not as important early on for us. What I'm actually mostly interested in, where the hell is our inflatable heat shield? It didn't look like we unlocked it quite yet. I would think it was in survivability, but it looks like we already got all that stuff, so it must be somewhere in here. Nope, those are all command thingies. That or it was part of a mod that I don't have installed. I know there used to be a big inflatable heat shield, but I don't know if there still is. SSC landing pod. Okay. Where's the rest of our heat shields? Miniaturization, advanced exploration. Okay, so this is where survivability started. And it looks like it's down the same line that eventually transitions into command modules. It's not an ions, I don't know why I clicked on that. No heat shields there. What about heat management? Now we're cooking. So we have a 3 3/4 meter heat shield in this node. But it looks like that's the only one. The rest of this is all radiators. How far do we have to go? There we go, the 10 meter inflatable heat shield. I think that's the one that we're gonna need. Damn, and that's 2 long nodes away. That's 1,000 science just to get it. Plus 374 for the prerequisite. Do I want to delay that long? If they're really close to each other, Terran, you should be able to use your bracket keys. Those ones? But if they're too far away from one another, then you should be able to go to the map view and then click on the icon for them. It depends on where you are. I would imagine that you've upgraded your tracking station. You do have to have the ability to set a target. But if you've already got 4 landers on the moon pretty close to one another, I would totally think that you should be able to switch just on the map, rather than going all the way back to the tracking station. Well shit, we're gonna have to save up for that. There's just really no way around it. Alright, so that'll be our main focus then. We have several different nodes that I'm very interested in grabbing. Less than 1 kilometer away? Yeah, you should be able to use your brackets. Yeah, no problem at all. Should be right under your plus and minus keys on your keyboard. Down and to the left of the backspace. Unless you're on a laptop and then I have no idea where it might be. Or if you happen to have a 10 key, or a keyboard that doesn't have a 10 key. Those are all configured a little bit different, but I've never really used one. So we should have a follow-up maneuver for... Oh, wait, actually, I don't know if I do have a follow-up maneuver for this. I had planned on deorbiting this telescope and I forgot. Yeah, it definitely makes your life a lot easier using just a hotkey. Not a problem. So, unfortunately, this guy... the telescope is not aligned to the probe, which makes it a real pain in my ass to use. Let's go ahead and hide that. I still might use it for a couple of things. It just did a flyby of the moon, and it was supposed to do a grand tour, but Minmus was moved, so its mission is pretty much over. But I only have 1,266 meters a second of DV. So I may have to actually send a demolition drone up to collect this. Let's see if we can... Oh, nope, we'll be fine. It's going to cost about 575 meters a second for us to terminate its orbit. We're just going to crash it into the ground, basically. And I don't think we have to wait a day to do that, since the investment was so low. Let's move that up to, I don't know, 5 minutes from now? Let's just get that out of the way. It's still going to have some travel time, so we may potentially still use it for some photographs. Yeah, we'll definitely use it. Well, nah, because now it's back in the sphere of influence of Kerbin itself, so we have a better telescope. It's not as powerful of a telescope, but it performs a lot better. We'll use that one. Fuck this guy. Oh, now I moved it too close. I want to move it about, I don't know, just a couple of minutes out. There we go. And I want to make sure that our final PE is going to be about the same. We don't need a maneuver node for this. What am I doing? Because the, even though this isn't aligned with the, let's go ahead and close that, with the probe core, it doesn't seem to matter. Or, well, it won't matter. The probe core is still aligned to the appropriate front and back for the vessel. So let's turn off the flight computer. Let's go ahead and enable SAS. We're just going to go retrograde. We're going to upgrade this design for sure. I'm going to throw some better solar panels on it. A couple of different things that I want to upgrade on this. Mainly it's the messed up orientation of the telescope though. Unfortunately, it's gotta go. And I think I'll also add some additional DV to the total there. Make it a little bit more powerful. The next version of it. Because ideally, we would take this thing out and get photographs from the orbit of Kerbin, but we'll do that part with a different telescope. Then we would take it out into the sphere of influence of one or the other moon, followed by the opposite moon. And then out into a solar orbit and take photographs there too. And then we bring it all the way back into our sphere of influence, just right as soon as we switch out into a solar orbit, take all of our photographs, get back into the sphere of influence of Kerbin, and bring it in and dock it up to our, what do you call it, our research station, to potentially use later or deorbit from there. But that ought to be enough for us to get rid of it. We have a negative 944 kilometer PE. It's going to take us somewhere around 7 days, a little over 6 days before this thing actually goes away. But that'll be fine. Problem solved. We've got it taken care of. This is one of our science probes. That one, let's switch over to that one and see how much more travel time that one's going to have. What I'm looking for is where we're going to get the next chunk of science. We already have 4 probes that are on their way out to get some science. I think we may as well just launch 2 additional probes and send them out into a solar orbit, grab some science out there too. Now that we have the vast majority of our, what do you call it, our experiments unlocked. So this guy... Do you not have a follow-up maneuver? Oh, okay, it does. This is going to have about this one's only about 2 days out. We might just time warp through a couple of these satellite and probe missions then. Because this thing should be loaded up with science. It's got like one of everything that we can do on it. And we sent it out for a for a very close flyby of the moon. Yeah, so this thing's got 8 Science Junior samples on it right now, 8 Mystery Goose samples. It should have barometer, thermometer, seismograph, gravioli, basically one of absolutely everything. We even got our GORSAT on there. We've got a little telescope, an orbital telescope. Ooh, that'd be another good probe for us to design. In the meantime, let's go back to the Space Center, because we get a hell of a lot of science from this thing just in our just in a polar orbit around the homeworld. Before we do that, though, we need to get some people up onto our new station. So let's load up one of our crew transports. This is going to be a 24-man station. I would like to bring them up in 2 groups of 12. So I think our previous transport should be just fine for it. We've got 2 different main kinds of transports. One of them is very high capacity, but only takes up tourists, and then we have a more efficient, smaller one that we're going to use for escape pods too. We're going to leave them up on the station so that if anything does happen, Kraken attack, you know, anything like that, we just move our guys into it. So our 12-man crew transport, and these were designed to go up without a pilot. They don't actually need a pilot. Looks like our docking port's going to be compatible. I don't recall any glaring issues with this. I'm just checking symmetry real quick before I actually deploy it. And I believe we've upgraded our power storage on this too. Yeah, we're using the new lithium battery rather than the capacitor. Okay, so I expect that this will be just fine. And we already have 2 pilots up there. I don't want anyone except for scientists on here. We've got 8 in there right now. Let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12. And do we want to send Bob up? Yeah, we'll send Deb off to the moon. So we're plumb freaking full. That's enough to fully staff 2 of our 4 science compartments that we have up there. Oh shit, actually, wait a minute. Do I want to send these guys up before I have the resupply drone? Yeah, I think they'll be okay. If I'm wrong, we have about 15 days to get the resupply drone up. And that should be enough time. Let's go ahead and wheel this thing out to the launch pad. I'm looking over its staging just to see if there's anything that I fudged up on. But it looks pretty good. Not as far as I'm aware. I believe that you can find ore almost anywhere, and that you should be able to mine it pretty much forever, but I could totally be wrong. It's been quite a while since I played with stock KSP. I did kind of, like, briefly mess around with stock KSP, before JNSQ came out, because I knew that we were gonna go into the current playthrough. But I wasn't sure how long it would take for a Copernicus full release. So we did, like, I think about a day or 2 of stock. Not enough of it to really refresh my memory on any of the mechanics of stock. Alright, I don't think we'll have any problems. Let's go ahead and turn on our lights. SAS is on, throttle is all the way up. We're going to start out at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.47. Hopefully no problems. Yeah, let's hit it. 3, 2, 1, go. And I honestly can't remember if I designed this for us to remain at full throttle throughout the entire ascent, or if I'm supposed to throttle back. So I'm going to err on the side of caution and go ahead and throttle back, and just keep it between a 1.75, well, a 1.5 and 2. Get a little bit into our gravity turn now that we're off the pad. We only have control surfaces on the second set of solid rocket boosters that we're going to be getting rid of. Okay, let's go ahead and throttle back. We'll just go down to about 2/3 for now. Let's get our burn time up. Got about 18 seconds of burn left in our heavy lifters. Hopefully they separate well. We've used this design a lot, but we've kind of tweaked it every time that we've launched it, so I can't remember exactly how it's going to work. So we'll just hope for the best. Smart man would have done a training flight first. Or a simulated flight first. Okay, that was the part that I was the most worried about. Let's go back up to full throttle. That'll leave us at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.6. And I'm going to nose her on down a little bit closer to the 45 mark. Yeah, we wouldn't be anything without good old hydrogen, would we? Thanks, stars. Alright, and then we'll just delay here while we build up speed. Thrust to weight ratio is over 1 3/4. I think I'll probably just end up staying at full throttle. This looks like it might be fucked. It is. For some reason, I'm deploying the nose cone at the exact same time that I get rid of these boosters. Which might not matter, but it might. Let's pull that, and that, and I should have 2 SRBs on the nose cone there. I'm going to separate those out. I had looked over my staging and totally didn't even notice it. And what the fuck is this second set of solid rocket boosters? Oh, there should be 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom of each of our side stack SRBs, so that should be fine. Alright, let's continue with our gravity turn. It might have been okay, but I would much rather have it in its own thing. Get rid of those. That leaves us at 1 3/4 still, so we're still looking pretty good. See, if I had gotten rid of the nose cone and our fairing there, we're only at about 40 kilometers. I would much rather leave that on there till we get higher up in the atmosphere. We're down to about a 25-degree angle. We'll probably stay at this until we get our AP up to 85. Well, about 80. Once it's approaching 80, then we should be laying horizontal, because we're just aiming for a low orbit of 85 kilometers just above the atmosphere. So I'll nose down a little bit at 70. We'll deploy the nose cone and get rid of the fairing and everything at... we have a docking port, so probably about 60 kilometers of actual altitude. I'm going to nose down a little bit closer to horizontal. AP is quickly approaching 80 kilometers. In JNSQ, the atmosphere ends at about 85. And our inclination is looking pretty good. We're at a 0.16. I'm going to try to minimize that I'm just gonna put my nose a little bit to the south. No. To the north? To the north. And I'll try to keep an eye on that. Alright, we're down to about 52 seconds worth of burn. Shitload of burn left. We're about a minute away from AP. We're at 67 kilometers. Let's go ahead and deploy the nose cone and the fairing. Looks good, but I don't like how some of those pieces separated. I may have the fairing a little bit close to the payload there, the transport itself. Lay down horizontal here. Finish out our orbit. Hopefully. One would hope we would finish out our orbit, wouldn't one? Thrust to weight ratio is over 3 at the moment, but we're at about 75 kilometers, so we're in the very, very uppermost atmosphere at the moment. Yeah, we need more transports that use liquid hydrogen for the final stage here, so that we can use smaller deployment methods, but it's got such a low density that the final transport ends up being really big. So far, we've just stuck with liquid fuel for the vast majority of things. We do have a couple of probes that we designed with liquid hydrogen upper stages, but we're using a mod called Strategia that gives us a discount of like 75% on the cost of all of our launches. So going big really hasn't mattered for us at all so far. Just about time for separation of the main booster. We're about 3 kilometers from leaving the atmosphere. So go ahead and separate from that big boy, and there's our transport. Let's go ahead and fire up its orbital maneuvering engines. I'm just going to let them burn for a little while longer. I don't want to push AP out too far. It's already at about 2.5 minutes. I would like to burn until we're outside of the atmosphere, but it's not going to happen. We're going to lose a little bit of speed to air resistance, but that's okay. I'm going to push it out to about 3. By the time we set in our maneuver node to circularize, we should be outside of the atmo, and we can go ahead and deploy our solar panels. So we're going to use precise maneuver here to move our maneuver node right onto AP, and then we're going to circularize when we get there. It's going to cost an additional 173.7 meters a second of DV. I want to turn off the flight computer though, and I want SAS to just hold us prograde. And we're out in space, so let's get our solar panels out before we're doing a burn and everything's shaking around all over the place. And there's our little crew transport in all of its glory. As far as I remember, these were pretty easy to dock. We're going to find out. I don't think I needed to change anything with that, but I do know that we did add a little bit of weight down here in this tube. A couple other things. Added a larger heat shield, slightly beefier heat shield. Hopefully it'll all be okay. Looks like we're still doing really well on fuel. Our target DV by the time we've circularized off of the initial into the initial orbit is anything over 800. 800 is kind of our bare minimum to be able to get up to our stations, dock to the stations, undock, deorbit, recircularize at a low orbit, and then come on back in. So we're looking pretty good. Previously, before those additions, we were ending up at about 1,300 to 1,400, and now we're down to about 1,100. That'll still do the trick. So this crew is destined to go to our newest science station, Science Station 3. We've already got a crew over on Science Station 2, and we actually have some additions that we need to send over to it. We've got some adapters that we need to install onto it, and we've got some experiment packs that we need to get up to it, but I wasn't really too worried about that one until we got our other station up and working. And unfortunately, the previous station design employed the Netherdyne University, which at the moment does have a bug. Either a bug or an incompatibility. So this morning before I got started, while I was waiting for KSP to come up, I put in an application for partnership with Twitch, and then I still had plenty of time since I had to relaunch the game about 3 times, so I went over onto GitHub and put in a bug report. Well, that sucks. We gotta wait about an hour and 42 minutes, but we can get our separation down to, looks like about 8 kilometers. And I think that's actually at 525, so let's raise our AP up to 525 plus. Anything under 40 will do. Anything under 5 is wonderful. 7.6, we'll take it. Ship it. We'll go ahead and tell that to, tell the flight computer to execute that. I'm then going to turn the flight computer off, and I want SAS to just hold us prograde. So do we want a time warp, or do we want to start getting experiments up to that other one? Fuck it, let's do one thing at a time. Just so that we don't have to worry about any kind of weird overlap or anything. We've switched over to the station several times. I also went over and checked on it this morning right when we got started. No Kraken issues yet. So hopefully the new redesign is going to work out better. Unfortunately, the Netherdyne University, it's an 8-man, humongous thing. It's like 30 tons per university. So I wanted a 16-man research station, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out. So our second best station is provided by Mark III, I think it's just called Mark III Expansion, or something like that. And that's a 6-man, so we went with 4 6-mans. Good morning, baby. What are you up to? Moving on up. I was gonna put you up on the station, but I figured, since you're senior crew and all, let's have Bob go and run the research station, and we'll put you on the Moonlander. Which is yet another station and design that we need to get out of the way real quick. Hopefully today. I would really like to start working on our moon stations and get our landers all sorted. Lunch and a bunch of lollipops? Aw, you're doing really good though. Have you vaped it all today? Deb's quitting vaping and taking on a lollipop addiction. Which seems like a good trade. Got about 15 more minutes until we reach our maneuver. No, not at all. Good job, babe. About 5 minutes out now. And the flight computer should do a pretty good job on this one. People are much more irritating now that you're not vaping? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Let's see, do I want to transition our view? Shouldn't really matter. This will be fine. We'll stay parallel with the surface while we move in for our docking. We look pretty stable, so let's time warp. That was our 3-minute warning before the maneuver. Just a wee little burn there. I'm going to go ahead and turn the flight computer off and have SAS once again go ahead and hold us prograde. And then I want a follow-up maneuver over here. To circularize. We're not actually going to use that, but it does make a really handy timer. And if for some reason I were to lose connection to this, I don't have a pilot on board. So if the worst thing happens, the loss of connection, at least the flight computer will go ahead and circularize us, and hopefully we don't collide with the damn station. But I don't want it to hold maneuver prograde. Just execute the maneuver. Alright, let's F5 for safety, because I keep forgetting to do it. And let's get up there. I want to make at least one quick save every mission from now on. At some point in every mission. Uh-oh, are we going to be docking in the dark? Ooh, yep. We definitely are. So there's our station, about 40 kilometers away. That's our 3-minute warning. Let's go ahead and clear that out, because we do have a connection of some kind. We'll close down the flight computer. I want to reset my SAS. Oh, nice, and that automatically transitioned it over to target. Let's get rid of that maneuver node. I'm going to change our angle just a little bit here. Kill off a little bit of our approach speed, but we're still quite a ways away from it. Then we'll lock in on retrograde and we'll see which way it's going to deviate. Looks like our target marker should move this way, but it's the anti-target marker, so it might move that way, I don't know. It's too early in the morning for anti-targets and retrogrades. Yeah, if you needed to, you should be able to use the brackets to switch between any close-by active vessel, or inactive vessel. Should be able to. The way that I do it, I try to identify where I want to park, and then I just kind of back into my parking space. That way, I don't know, it's just a good rule of thumb to follow so that you never really have to worry about reorienting whatever you're trying to dock to. It's a little bit more of a pain in the ass if the target is in a spin or anything like that. But it usually works out pretty good. I think I'm going to get us real close. There we go. And we'll let physics go ahead and kick in since I got us too close. I meant to get us to within about 5 kilometers. That was a little close. Alright, there's physics. I didn't see an explosion, I don't think. So hopefully no cracking problems. Let's go ahead and change our angle. I want to make sure that my retrograde marker is never on the anti-target. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know why I went into that bad of a spin. I'm gonna have to match speed with it. So much for backing into our parking spot safely. Okay, much more manageable. Thankfully we got it down before we actually passed it, so we didn't really waste any steps. Now this one's gonna be a lot easier too. I've got these little red lights that I probably need to make those a little bit more powerful though. So if we already had one of these transports docked to it, we should be able to tell exactly where. Most of our stations, we only have 2 docking ports on. This one we've got 4, so pretty much anything will do. I'm going to go ahead and lock in on retrograde, and then I'm using my monopropellant nozzles just to kind of point our butt end in the right direction. And the station's going to be sideways. The station's pointed upward, and we're oriented with the horizon right now. But should be alright. Get everything all lined up. And I'm coming in a little bit too close to this side, so I actually need to ignore my anti-target a little bit, and we're just going to eyeball it. I know that our docking ports are all right in the center there. So I'm going to move us over to the side and start to approach. Down to 3 meters a second. Totally a safe enough approach speed. So one thing that I rarely do is actually stop and dock at whatever docking port is facing me. When I do that, usually I'm forced to burn my engine, and I don't ever want my engine pointed directly at the station. What I prefer to do is aim for the opposite port. So instead of this one, I want to dock at the same port but on the opposite side of the station. So that's going to take us between the solar panels. So I am going to go back over to this part because I don't want to get too close to them. This is a better vantage point. So instead of docking at that one, I want to dock at that one. Alright, so we pretty well matched speed with our target. We're off to the lower right of it. We'll go ahead and set our target now that we're nice and stable. And how do I want to park this? I actually do probably want to park in the same orientation as the station, so that my solar panels are less likely to block these two. Because I think if I park in this orientation, if our vessel's there, we're the same width as this thing. So these two solar panels are going to be partially blocking the larger two. So let's go ahead and pivot around. About like nya. This little red indicator here on our nav ball is a mod called nav ball docking port alignment indicator, I think? Something like that. And that's just letting me know that I should be pretty much flush with that if I'm right in the center of this. Pretty darn close. I want to approach very slowly, especially in the dark here. And I want my prograde to be on the opposite side of my target. We do have a second mod that we can use, and I might have to just because of our low visibility. It's definitely safer to dock with docking port alignment indicator. This thing is freaking pro. But I'm not really sure if it's going to be necessary. No, I think we're safe enough. Yeah, and even in this orientation, I may end up going and putting away our solar panels on the transport. Usually I like for the transport to kind of help out, so it counts as additional battery storage. The little module here has its own life support. A lot of different advantages to them. And I feel like... no, we're fine. For a second there, I kind of felt like something was off, but looks like we're coming in nice. I'm a little close to it, though. Just a wee bit dangerous. Nailed it. Yeah, I think it's far more important for these to not be blocked, so I'm gonna go and retract the other solar panels. I think it does it in pairs, I'm not sure. If it doesn't retract them in pairs, then I'll leave the bottom two out. But if our engine were facing toward the sun, I definitely wouldn't want these less powerful solar panels to inhibit the performance of these two larger, more important ones. And will we have a problem down here? I think that these ones will probably be okay, the lower ones. I could pull them in just in case, though. Maybe I'll check it. If I right-click, I think it'll tell me, now that we're docked to it. Maybe. Yeah, under status. I think it would tell me what part is blocking it. So if it turns out to be, let me mouse over this, an SSTU STGen SMCS, then I know we're gonna have a problem between the transport and the station. So I want to get us back out into the sunlight. I want to check that first. That's something that I could totally fix by getting rid of the 2 solar panels and just going with one set of solar panels that goes straight out. Downside to that is it may create an issue with our little service hatch here and with our door over on the side of the re-entry vehicle. You know what? I think we're gonna be fine. Because if we were docked to this one, which is kind of where I planned on our tourist transports docking, then we won't block anything. I think it'll be okay. If it does turn out to be an issue, we'll go ahead and fix it, but as long as it isn't an issue, fuck it. And I don't see any parts missing. I'm assuming that we didn't have any Kraken problems. I do want to... Oh, no. I didn't start habitat on any of these. So I'm going to have to go... Oh, I did on most of them, but it looks like I missed a couple of parts. I want to make sure that all of our life support is enabled before I even move these guys into it. So agroponics, it looks like agroponics was all started. I'm just right-clicking to make sure that it says stop agroponics. Oh, right, and I forgot to load this son of a bitch up with fertilizer and supplies. Whoops. I had actually realized that once we finally got it up into orbit, but it was a little late by then. I didn't realize it until after I disconnected from our drone that put it up into its final resting place here in orbit. So it looks like it's mostly just these windows on the outside. We'll go ahead and start habitat on all of them. That just makes everybody a lot more comfortable. We don't have any food up here, though. Oh, good. Okay, so our supply cans down here, apparently I did load them up. So we will have enough supplies for 134 days, even without our resupply drone. And this thing is very, very comfortable. With half a crew, we've got a little over a year before anybody's going to want to go home for shore leave. So I'm very happy about that. Now, do we have your antennas started? It looks like they're active, but they don't have a target. So I want one of these to target active vessel. I want one of these to target the homeworld. I want one to target both one of the moons and then the other one to target the last moon. You're going to target the Mun. And this last one over here for Minmus. Perfect. Now, we should be able to send data over to this for us to process. And did I deorbit our other station yet? Or did I just bring the crew home? Let's switch over to our other station. I'm going to leave everybody in the transport for now. And then we'll move them out of the transport and into the station once we figure out which science lab is going to start to process all of this data. And I'm hoping that we can start to send data over to it. We've taken a shitload of photos, but I sent them over to our previous science station, which unfortunately we ended up having to deorbit. Okay, so this one is all devoted to station science. This won't really have anything that we can use yet. And we're not starting work on this one until we get the other station all up and running. It's a big boy. The bottom portion of this is just a resupply drone. This is the station itself, and then this is I think the same version of our transport that we just used. I'm pretty sure. There might be some very minor differences between the two, but I don't think so. But I don't want to leave this. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't the Netherdyne University station. Don't want to leave this up here in the dark. Otherwise it'll run out of power. I need to make sure that that we're exposed and that our solar panels are tracking the sun before I switch off of this as the active vessel. I think we're solid. So what I'm not seeing here, I need to send up the adapters and we need to install them on this thing, and then we'll start to send photographs. But apparently I blew up the station that had all of our copies of our photographs, so we're going to switch over to a telescope and take a bunch of photos too. So back to the Space Center. Science Station 2, I've already built the adapters and I've included them on top of an additional transport. It'd probably actually be more efficient for me to move those into a subassembly and, oh, never mind. I was going to say, move them into a subassembly and install them with a drone, but we're going to use welding docking ports, so we do need engineers. So let's make sure that they have everything that they need. So what are you guys playing today? Playing Kerbal Space Program? I was playing Darkest Dungeon for the last 2 days of my day off. And I've been having a hell of a lot better time of it. When I first tried Darkest Dungeon, I got shit stomped repeatedly. It is Terran, but only with the Science Relay mod. You're gonna want... So if you're doing a purely stock playthrough, I don't know of any way to do it other than to just dock to it. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure this is the right version. Never mind. I'm fine. The 1.4 version may still work. Let's see. Nope, you want the 1.6 version. The one that I pulled up on CurseForge is the 1.45 one. Or 1.43, sorry. No, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. Oh, it is the right one. Okay, so here's a link to it. It says that this is for 1.6.1, but it is version 5.1 of the mod. So there's a link to the mod. And I'm looking real quick here to see if I can find any prereqs or anything. I don't think there are any, though. Nope. Should work without any additional stuffs. That'll give you an extra button that'll allow you to send your science projects with your antennas. Pretty freaking handy. So we want this 12-man crew transport with the adapters on the front of it. So a much larger fairing to be able to hide all this stuff. I haven't done any test flights of this yet. What we've essentially just got here is a crew passable center portion with regular clampetron docking ports on 3 sides of it, and then we have one of our welding docking ports on the 4th side. And then we're going to have an engineer go up and install those. So I should have... Yes. I have 2 SSTU weldable welding docking ports in the internal inventory here. I also have a screwdriver, and I was only able to fit 1 handrail. I went with a larger handrail, and that should just help us out if we end up needing more than 1 engineer. Which hopefully we won't, but we might. So we've already got Bill and Private Paula in here. We shouldn't need anyone else. I could get rid of the deep space habitation module, we could make a much smaller version of this for them to deliver this part with. But I don't know, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? And I can't even remember how many additional scientists we need on that. I think for full capacity we're going to need 8 additional scientists, and I only have 2 stock ones. We need a scientist, might even need an extra one, that'll go out to the moon. So we need to hire on about another 7 scientists if anybody else would like to be added into the game. If you do want to get added into the game, you just got to send me a whisper. Let me know if you'd like to be a male or a female, and if you want to be a scientist, a pilot, or an engineer. And then we're also hiring for all the MKS stuff, but I don't know if we're really going to get into a station, a ground facility until we go to the second phase of the playthrough. But you're still welcome to sign up as like a medic, a mechanic, any of the MKS stuff if you would like to. And I'm debating whether or not to send a pilot up here too. I think we will. So let's move these guys. Oh, they're in the wrong module. Let's move all of them down to the re-entry module, which is the top part here. And let's have Valentina and Maverick go ahead and be our commander and our pilot for this mission. So I'm really hoping that 2 engineers is enough. They do have a weight limit on how much they can actually move. And I don't know if they're actually going to be able to do this. I also don't know if we're going to have enough DV to bring these extra parts. So we shall see. I'm going to clear everybody out of this thing. We're going to do a test flight real quick. Oh, and this has the same problem that the previous version did, where the nose cone and the payload fairing are all in the same node. I want that separate. We'll get rid of that a little bit later on in the flight. So let's update our save now that we've changed the staging a little bit. Put it out on the launch pad and see how much fuel is this thing going to have by the time it gets up into an orbit. It's got a larger payload plus a larger fairing. Dilly dilly death, how are you doing? Fingers crossed though, we should have a little bit of overhead on that. We could always transfer fuel over to it as well, if it does fall a little bit short. That, or like I was talking about earlier, we could make the delivery vehicle, like the main part of the vehicle, half the size and get rid of a few tons there. Doing pretty good. Doing a test flight real quick. We need to install some things on our one of our science stations. So I'm just gonna fly through this as fast as I can up to the orbit, the final low orbit, and see what our DV is gonna end up being. I'm gonna do a lot of this in physics warp, since it's just a simulation of a flight. Oh, and if anybody knows what the mod is that will allow us to do actual simulated flights, if it's compatible with version 1.7.3, if you could send me a whisper with either a link or just the name of that mod, I might go ahead and add it. I think it'd be nice to, you know, make it a little bit more realistic, where we're actually paying to do a simulated flight rather than just pulling all of our people out of the rocket and reverting. I'm hoping that it'll remain stable with me going into time warp like this. I also forgot to throttle back, but that's typically where we would throttle back up to full anyway. As soon as we get rid of that first booster, it just helps us save a little bit of fuel. Crash Kerbal Ramification Artificial Simulation Hub Simulation Mod. Thank you very much, Krusty. I'm gonna go ahead and probably add that tonight when we get done. And we'll mess around with it tomorrow. Oh, I didn't have the lights on. My bad. Keep burning. This won't be as efficient since I didn't throttle back, but... And since I'm not paying enough attention to my gravity turn. Should be a good estimation of how much total DV we'll end up having, though. Alright, second booster separation coming up. Thrust to weight ratio went from 2.5 down to 1.8. And we're at about 40 kilometers. I could throttle back, probably. I think we'll be okay, though. Let's go ahead and nose down to about 20 degrees. At about 75 kilometers for our apoapsis, I'll nose down to about 10 degrees, and then we'll lay down horizontal at about 80. So let's do 10 at 70, and then we'll do horizontal at 80. Yeah, that'll work. We're at about 55K. So once I lay over horizontal, I think it should be safe for us to deploy the nose cone. Should be at high enough altitude. I'm just hoping this baby has enough oomph with mostly the payload fairing. Like, that adds a hell of a lot of weight. But I do have solar panels and all kinds of docking ports up here, so I do want to bring them fairly high up before I uncover them. I think now's actually the time. Hopefully no pieces go flying off of this. Alright, back into physics port for a moment. We've got about a minute until we reach AP, and it should stay right about there. Burn out the rest of the fuel in this sucker, and disconnect. Go ahead and fire up the upper engine. I want to push, well, that's about it. I want to push AP out to about 3 minutes from us. We're going to end up circularizing just over 100 kilometers. So we'll add a maneuver, move the node itself over to AP, and circularize. Additional 275.9 this time. Turn off the flight computer, enable SAS, and hold prograde. Just kind of standard operating procedure at this point. And we are out in space. So before I time warp to that, let's get our solar panels out, even though we're in the dark. We're a little bit short, but we do have enough DV for our final maneuvers. So like I said before, 800 is kind of our bottom line. We need about 200 to get up to the station's elevation. We need an additional 200 to match its velocity and go in for the docking maneuver. And then we need about 200 to go back to a safe low orbit and circularize there. And then anything that we have left over should be adequate. Like, if we were completely out of fuel at that point, just our monopropellant should be adequate to deorbit the vessel. So anything over 800 ought to do it, and we're going to be at just under 1,000 at the end of this maneuver. These are going to be tricky to install, though. Because we're not actually going to be able to connect to this. Well, maybe I can. It depends on how much of a standoff we have from our last remaining docking port. Maybe I can go ahead and dock at the other docking port before we do all of our EVA stuff with the engineer. Yeah, we're looking good. 988. Okay, so we're gonna do all of that again. This time with people on board, though. We're gonna bring a couple of pilots and a couple of engineers. Hopefully that's enough. If it isn't, we'll send more engineers up on a separate transport, and we'll have to go and actually hire them, because I only have 2 at the moment. So, Bill and Private Paula. Hello? Drag. There we go. You guys go down here. We're gonna have Valentina as our commander and Maverick as our pilot. And I also need to fix the staging in the other version of the transport. Hopefully I'll remember. So the docking ports that we're going to install on EVA weigh about half a ton, and I have no freaking idea how much weight our guys can actually handle. So I'm hoping that they'll be fine, but I don't know. And I also don't really have any idea how I'm going to move the parts themselves into position. We need to get rid of the current docking ports, and then we need to install the weldable docking ports. Then we got to dock to them, and then hopefully we can permanently connect the 2 pieces, the new adapter and the previous adapter, to the station. Let's do it with our lights on this time. Throttle up to full, SAS engaged, 3, 2, 1, go. And hopefully I can bring that final number up a little bit too. It's never bad to have too much fuel, especially when you're talking about, you know, a matter of maybe 50 meters a second of total DV. It's not like it would waste a whole lot. So I'm gonna try to be as efficient as possible. Kind of hoping to start taking care of that inclination problem right away, but since I don't actually have control surfaces for rudder on these 2, the vessel is not liking me fucking around with that quite yet, so we'll just take care of it later. Alright, getting ready for the heavy lifter booster separation. We'll go ahead and throttle back a bit. I could damn near cut throttle, but it'll only be for 5 seconds, so shouldn't matter. Ooh, that was a little close. Maybe I don't want to go down to a 65 degree. Need to stay pointed upward a little bit until I separate from those. But it worked out. Nothing collided with us. We'll go back up to full throttle and we'll go down to about a 45 degree angle here. Inclination's already half a degree off, but it is going back down. I've got the nose just slightly to the north of the east line. I'm going to continuously be going back and forth between north and south of the east line, this direction or this direction, to try and keep that as close to 0 as I can get it. If I did a good job putting the station up, which I don't know if I did or not, but if I did a good job, the station should be at about 0. It should be right on the equator. Alright, just about time to get rid of our second set of boosters. Let's go a couple more degrees into our gravity turn here. Get all stabilized and ready for separation. AP is currently at 55 kilometers. We're at about 38 kilometers, or coming up on it. Thrust to weight ratio of 1.84 now that we've got rid of the solid rocket boosters there. everything's looking good. It's a little bit more sluggish. I mean, all of our statistics are lower than they were on the original design, because I just literally took the original design, threw some adapters on it, and we launched as is. I'm going to take us all the way down to a 10 degree, because AP is already at 75. And once it hits 80, we'll continue through to horizontal. And finish out our burn. We're at about 56 kilometers. I'm gonna leave the payload fairing on until about 65, same as we did last time. 55 is kind of the minimum where it's usually safe. Typically you're high enough up that you won't run into any issues. Whoops, and I didn't nose down quite soon enough. But just to make sure, since we have so many things up there, I want to wait a little bit longer. Alright, get rid of the nose cone. Looking good. And I've gone a little bit into the negative here so that I don't circularize quite so high. It doesn't really matter a whole lot, but if I'm in a nice low orbit, then our orbit period is far lower, so we get more opportunities for a good final separation on our next maneuver when we go in for the docking maneuver. If I'm in a higher orbit, like if I were to circularize in the same orbit as the station, then it'd take forever for us to catch up, for it to catch up with us. So I'm aiming for just a smidge over the upper atmosphere. But in the end, I mean, the station's at, I think, 400 and... No, the one that we're going to, I think, is at 455 or 475 kilometers. So anything in the ballpark of like 100 should be good enough. Should do. Alright, just about time for separation of the main booster here. Go ahead and activate our upper engine. Just a little bit more of a burn. And we're almost out into space. We're at 83, coming up on 84 kilometers right now. So everything's going really well so far. We're going to end up circularizing just under 100 kilometers. Need to figure out a better standard operating procedure for the initial gravity turn, I think. Basically, I just need to be more aggressive about how I lay down into our gravity turn. Get all of our solar out. And I don't know how the fuck we're going to install this. I might actually end up having to make a space tug to bring up there. So in the end, I was slightly more efficient about it this time. Only slightly. Let's go ahead and get the flight computer to hold us prograde here. We're going to end up with over 1,000 meters a second of DV instead of just under 1,000. And we'll see how long it's going to take for them to have a good window. We've only got 4 hours until we have a scan satellite maneuver. I don't want to be in the middle of any EVA stuff when we have to switch over to another vessel, so we may have to take care of that upcoming maneuver before these guys actually go ahead and carry out their mission. I don't know how long it's going to take either. This will be some of our first EVA stuff that we're doing in JNSQ, actually. So it's been about a year since I've done much on EVA. Well, that's our space hotel. That's one of our pieces of equipment. That's Station 3. This is our target then, Station 2. And Station 2 is at 475 kilometers. Flight computer did a fantastic job on our orbit. We're at 97.8 and 97.3, very circular. So I want to raise our AP up to the target, 475. I'm going to overshoot it just a little bit, because it looks like I need to execute my maneuver, like, immediately. That or I have to wait for several orbits. It's definitely safer for me to wait for several orbits. Let's see if, yeah, I'm just going to execute it now. That'll still give us a fairly hefty separation, so we'll do a follow-up to close in on the target. We'll do an additional maneuver to close in on the target. It's not the most efficient way for us to do this at all, but it's faster. Okay. So then, somewhere around in here, because I'm still going to be pretty far away from it, our separation is 325.5 kilometers. Oh, I was reading that backwards. Shit. So I'm going to actually get there before the target's there. So let's go somewhere over in here. I think I might actually have to pass our separation. Circularize lower. No, I don't want to do that. All I really want to do is change angle. But I was reading that totally wrong. This is a bad way to do it. I thought that the station was going to be out ahead of us. So my plan was to circularize into a slightly lower orbit, figure out what our difference in speed was, go over that, and then kind of split the difference, so maybe approach it like, 50 meters a second or something. But we're actually going to be out in front of the target, which is pain. If I were approaching from a higher orbit, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. So, if I just... Okay, let me clear that out. I was looking at the wrong marker for that one, too. I need to be going by the information that we're going to get on our purple marker. Because I am going to fly past the initial separation. If I only pay attention to our initial encounter with it, or our closest point of intersect, then I'm going to end up spending several hundred meters a second at DV. If I fly past it into a higher orbit and wait for it to get out in front of us, then it's only going to cost 36.2. So we'll go ahead and do that maneuver. It's going to be about a minute until we get there. Go ahead and turn that off. And we'll have SAS just go and hold us prograde. It's a good thing that we had that little bit of extra. That's about what it's going to take to save us some time and do this all in one go now, instead of waiting for... basically, we would just have to wait for the station to go all the way back around. It'd be about 3 additional hours on the mission and put us that much closer to the high-resolution scan satellite maneuver that's coming up in about 4 hours. So... that, and I'm just impatient. I didn't want to have to sit in time warp in a low orbit for 3 hours. So just a little burst there. Go ahead and turn the flight computer off. That should be close enough. SAS on, and we're going to hold prograde. And then we'll take a look at our separation. We can get rid of that maneuver node too. So we don't really care about this one. We know that we're going to be way too far out in front of it. What we want to do, let me hit F8, and we'll hide all the rest of that stuff. We're going to be approaching our target's orbit and going into a higher orbit so that we slow down. We're going to give our target a chance to maintain its current orbit, but get out in front of us. and then when we cross its path again, then we'll go ahead and start our approach. So my little alarm that I want is actually going to be over here this time, and I want to circularize at that point. I'll feed it into the flight computer. We're not actually going to use it though, we never do. Not for this part of the mission. Hopefully it won't time warp too far. Let's also make our quick save. I really need to develop that habit of making a quick save at some point during every mission. So this is probably pretty close to when we would... Yeah, we're just coming up on our initial pass. But it's really far behind us. 300 or so kilometers, so... Once it gets within 40, I'm gonna get out of time warp and we'll start our approach. Down to about 80. Let's go ahead and get rid of that little thing that we put in there. We'll get rid of that maneuver node too. Okay, now we're within 40 kilometers of the target. Should be really easy from here on. So we can see it down below us, which is definitely going to be a lot different than most of our approaches. I want to reset my SAS and transition the nav ball over to target. So everything that we're going to do is relative to the target. So we're going to be off to the side a little bit. I want to take care of that first. And also lower our approach speed a little bit. Lock into retrograde now. And we'll start our initial approach. I want to minimize the distance between us and then the speed. And eventually, I would really like to move out in front of it. So I believe that right now, we're on a trajectory for us to end up right in front of the target. But we're still going to be deviating. We're in slightly more of an inclination than the target is. So I was in time warp way longer than I wanted to be. Oh, we got physics kicking in here. Must be within 2.3 kilometers. What I'd like to do, one of the reasons that I delayed so long, I couldn't get out of time warp in time, that was part of it. But I wanted the target to be as close to the horizon line as possible. Yeah, see, I let it go a little bit too far, unfortunately. I was trying to get us directly out in front of it in its flight path. Since we're approaching from up above, it's a little bit easier to do it that way. But that's okay. And now I've gone and killed off way too much speed. I'm cutting it real close on our total DV here, too. With that additional maneuver. Alright, and I have no game plan. I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. So I'm gonna start with just approaching. I want to see if any of these additional docking ports on any of these will allow us to dock up to it. And then we'll have to work on the other side first. The engineers need to go and get... Oh shit, and I'm gonna have a transport in the way too, aren't I? Frick. Because this only has 2 docking ports, I think. Until we get these adapters in. Shit. I guess I'll just move the other one off and put it into a deviating orbit. Just slightly deviating. We're going to have to keep an eye on it, though, because that's going to be an extra vessel that's really close to us that we might potentially collide with while we're doing our work here. That's a no good. So it looks like... Wow, this thing is very imbalanced now with the extra pieces. It looks like that's the resupply drone at the bottom of the station. Our current target appears to be the very top of the station, and our docking ports are going to be installed right in the middle there. So I'm going to try to just look down the top of our vessel like a gun, kinda, and guide us in below it. And we'll see if we can figure out what the hell we're gonna do. It may have been actually easier in retrospect now to add a probe core package on the bottom docking port here. Add a couple of cans of monopropellant, and given these the ability to dock themselves in place instead of having to do it with a transport. Now, when it comes down to it, I can't dock. There's just no way I'm going to be able to dock to this. So we have to get as close as we can, match speeds with it, and start working on, well, figuring out what we can do on EVA. Once we get the first docking port in, then it's way simpler, because we can reattach the vessels. But one or both of the transports has to be undocked from this. So I think I'm gonna try it with this one being the one that's not docked up. We're approaching really slow, but I'm totally okay with that because I would really like to be doing this in the daylight. So we'll see if we're going to end up getting any additional lighting for this. I'm sure we will. This is going to be a pretty long EVA. We've got about 3.5 hours before our high-resolution ScanSat maneuver. I think that'll be enough time. If it's not, we'll do one of them, and if we just won't have enough time to install the second one, or if there's a problem, then we'll kind of find a good stopping point, and we'll get ready to go and do that high-resolution ScanSat and multi-spectral ScanSat maneuvers that are coming up. We've got about 2 hours between the two of them. So I can vaguely see a red light there. I believe that that's the back end of our other transport. So our approach is pretty much perfect. We want to go just under the vessel, and we want to get ourselves in position right in front of the opposite docking port. But I probably ought to make those lights a little bit brighter. I was kind of talking about doing that earlier. I think I definitely need to now that I've seen them. This is one of the first times that we sent up a second transport to any of our facilities, though. So I didn't actually know. Okay, yeah, I can clearly see the larger solar panels here. This is our other transport, and we kind of need to align to this orientation. And we're going to dock on the well, we're not going to dock to it, but we're going to move into position for the other side. So let's go ahead and start moving a little bit closer. There we go. Oh, nice. What kind of sweets did you get? Didn't miss a whole lot. We got our crew up to the other science station, and now we're getting ready to do some EVA stuff and add on to this station. We're kind of sideways right now. The top of the station is pointed north. And I've gone ahead and slowed down just so that everything's nice and easy. I don't want to waste any steps here. Let's start moving a little bit closer. I'm just waiting for us to get in position, pretty much the opposite alignment of that transport. Let's go ahead and nose down too. Yeah, we'll just lock into retrograde. Okay, that should be pretty well lined up. Let's go ahead and start moving over to the side here. Wow, I really overdid that. There we go. That's not too bad. It's still off a little bit, though. So the first docking port that I want to work with is this one over here, and we have to start with removing the docking port itself. I think now is definitely an appropriate time for a quick save, too. Man, I haven't had an energy drink in so long. Transitioned over to coffee. But I do miss them, especially every time I watch PUBG. So I don't quite want to match speed with the station yet. I want to get these parts out to right next to where we're going to be working. I don't even know how to say that. M-A-O-A-M. And it looks like they say crackers. They kind of look like jelly beans. They do look tasty. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Because then after we get this in, we have to orient the vessel and install the additional part with just the vessel. We also have a lot of parts, so we're gonna have like yellow clock delay going on in the middle of it too. Okay, it looks like we're far enough back. I want to get as close as I can to this and then match speed, and then we'll do our EVA. Tear out the old docking port and see how this is going to go for installing the new one. I need to install a handrail. It does have, like, little handrails on there. I've never actually tried them. I wonder if I can grab onto those. Well, hopefully this will be safe enough. Let's go ahead and match speeds. And let's start out with Private Paula, our senior engineer. I want Paula to go ahead and grab a, let's see, I need your inventory up too. You go ahead and grab the screwdriver. And we'll start off with the handrail. I should have also brought some additional propellant. So I'm going to have to keep a keen eye on our total EVA propellant here, since I didn't. I want to see if Paula can just grab onto the side of this. If not, we'll install a handrail, though. Damn, that sucks. So these are all just for looks. Yeah, that's alright. They do look good. And we thought that there might be a problem. And then do I hit... I think it's G to attach? No, G is to grab. H to attach? And that should be a usable handrail, I believe. Yes! Excellent. I only brought one, though. So that was probably stupid. I'm gonna go ahead and disassemble the previous docking port. We don't need it. And then we'll move back over to the vessel. And just in case we have to team lift, that'll be where our second engineer stays attached. Hopefully we don't, though. Hopefully this part is small enough that we can just carry it over. Because if not, I don't know how the hell we're going to do this. Good morning, Centurion. I guess what I'll have to do is get the vessel close enough so that I can attach it to the outside, and then we'll move it in small increments into where we need it. Oh, I already had the inventory open, but it was covered by this one. So can you carry this? Shit. Very, very close, though. Oh, no, we're not. We're so far off, it's not even funny. We have a capacity of 110 liters. So how the hell do I grab this? I'm thinking taking the one off of this piece and installing that there, and then moving one out of our inventory onto the side of the vessel and slowly moving it up into place is probably going to be the easiest way. We do have a quick save though. Let's see if we can figure something out. Totally by luck. I just tried to match speed, and it is drifting downward and away, but very, very slowly. This is gonna be a fucking pain. So the first thing I want to try is getting that door as close to where we want to install this as possible. I want to try to pull the part out and install it from this vessel onto that. Also try not to tear off any of my solar panels. Smart man would pack them away. Probably gonna end up packing them away even if I don't want to. I think I may have to actually take that piece out and attach it somewhere out here too, so that it's easier to access. Okay, we're pretty much right on the money. Oh nice, some light. Excellent. Try not to squish Paula out there. That'd be a bad day. So I keep changing my view directly off to see if our little head is still drifting up or down, and then off this way to see if it's drifting forward or backward to try and match speed. The other way that I could do it is select a closer target so that I actually have an indicator on my nav ball, but we're dealing with such low speeds that I think it's going to be okay. It's just tricky. Okay, and let's go back over to Paula. Hopefully that's installed properly, and hopefully the ones that are on our adapters are installed properly as well. Go and close that. Paula can go ahead and hop in. This is now our target. And we want to control from the frontmost docking port. And for this, we're definitely going to use docking port alignment indicator. Let's go ahead and move back away from the station so that we have clearance here. I need enough room so that we can swing our nose around, but I don't want the magnetic pull of these two. I don't want them so close that they start to pull each other in until we're perfectly aligned. And we want to align perfectly for both angle and position. Okay, I think we have adequate clearance so that they won't pull on each other. Very important that these are aligned properly, since this is going to become a permanent part of the station. Okay, we've matched with the station. I'm hoping that we're not too far off. We're a little bit down to the side and underneath it, but only barely. Now I want to pivot, because I want the docking ports, the additional docking ports for the experiments, to point off this direction and that direction. So I'm just rotating the vessel. Doing it nice and slow so that I don't have to use too much fuel, because we're cutting it real close. Dock rotate? Oh, really? Will that work with all of the original docking ports? Does it go and add that functionality to all of them? 'Cause that does seem like it would be less of a pain in the ass. So that should be just about right. Let's go ahead and get into position here. Oh, I don't have SAS on. Yeah, let me go ahead and line everything up and then not initiate SAS. It's fine. We don't want to stay on target. That would just be silly. There we go. Alright, let's see how they work. I've never used this kind of a docking port. These are welding docking ports. So they should permanently attach this part to this part, hopefully. If it does work, then things are all coming together quite nicely. I guess I didn't need those extra solar panels at all, but I kind of wanted it to, you know, not make it look like we just threw an adapter on there with a three-way connector. I don't think I actually succeeded in that, but... very delicate. Oh shit. Is something blocking them? What is snap? I've never used these, so I don't know what the hell is going on. Why didn't I make a save before I did that? What exploded? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Why is there a gap there? Oh no. I mean, it is welded, but I wonder why there's a gap there. That won't do. The only thing that I know about them, so this is an SSTU weldable docking port. The only thing that I know about them is that I have to select extend an arm, and then I have to hit the weld button. Extend an arm, whatever it does, it enables you to weld these two parts together. So they are permanently connected, but there's a gap, and I don't like that. And I don't know how to fix that. I should have made a fucking save. That was so stupid. But we do have a quick save. It's during our approach. We're gonna have to redo a little bit of stuff, but... I think before we do that, let's go ahead and decouple that one. We're gonna have to move this guy over to that parking spot now. I want to fiddle around with it over on the other side before I go and reload our save. So let's get these guys drifting on their way over to the other side. And then we're going to remote control this one. Here, let's orient our camera with the cockpit. Oh, you're not going to let me? Unless they go into locked camera? That sucks. Hold on. We'll do it. So I want that one to start to slowly drift over to begin to work on this side. I'm going to go ahead and dock this one where that one previously was. For now, I think I'm going to leave them until I get a chance. I think we'll set up an experiment. We'll take several of those weldable docking ports up, and we'll fiddle around with them and see if we can get better acquainted with the mod. That'll work for now. It just looks kind of jank. You're not going to ram into anything, are you? Nope, should be fine. I just need to get this parked on the other side before that one gets into position. Doing a bit of a dance here, aren't we? What have I done? Oh, I put my fucking landing gear down. That's great. Go back up. I meant to hit H. Accidentally hit G. We're gonna dock right up to that one. How's that already our target? Okay. I broke it. Interesting. I don't seem to be able to set my target, so I guess we're gonna dock this old school. With no docking port assistance. Yeah, it wouldn't let me. It only has unset target. But I have no target. Let me try a different one. Interesting. That's alright, that's what we came up here with eyeballs for. Just use our eye holes. See, it'll let me set these as a target, but doesn't seem to want to let me... Oh! Right up above it. Ah! What the fuck is the second unset target? I didn't even notice it. Glad that you said that. Or I totes would have missed it. Hell of a lot easier with something on the nav ball. Okay, half of the problem solved. This one should be a little bit easier. And even though they're not set up quite right yet, if I can figure out a way to do it better, then we'll just come up and we'll fix it up a little bit later on. So I'm looking to move my solar panels, actually, they might be okay. I'm looking to move my solar panels around that part and get this door over here just lined up right from the get-go, and we'll destroy the previous docking port and everything all in one go. Oh, because we're using capacitors, so our actual main power storage is in kilowatt hours, which is being converted over into electric charge. So it's down at its minimum right now, and now instead of EC we're consuming kilowatt hours. It's just a more efficient way for us to store it. It's part of Interstellar... I think Interstellar Extended, and I've basically taken out all of the parts of Interstellar Extended except for the power stuff, the cooling, and the structural stuff. You would never, Scree. Nah, I think that secret's out. I think it's probably okay. And then I just hope Paula still has the electric screwdriver. Because I forgot to place it in the internal inventory of the part before I transferred Private Paula inside the part. So I have had a problem with them disappearing on me when I've done that in the past. But hopefully we won't have that problem this time. Okay, it doesn't look like we're drifting up or down, just forward and to the side. And our door is pretty well lined up so far. It needs to go forward just a little bit further. I guess I could approach this at an angle. It's not like the door has to be at a right angle. Let's go about like nyah. Well, I am down a little low. Yikes. Pain in the butt, but totally worth it. Okay, let's get Paula back out there. So that I know how much room we have. Oops. Yeah, usually I'll bring two screwdrivers with me all the time. I'm just out of practice. Really what it comes down to. Haven't played KSP in too long. Still a bit rusty. Alright, let's try to match speed. Everything's backwards. So I'm kind of upside down right now. So our view is like backwards of all the different directions. So I do a little tiny burst so that I can visually see which way the nozzles are actually spraying or whatever. Still drifting downward a little bit. Okay, what about forward and backward? Nope, looks pretty stable. Switch over to Paula. And you still have your screwdriver. Excellent. Good deal. And it's still equipped. I'm gonna take off the previous docking port. See if we're close enough to install this one. Excellent. Put our screwdriver back. Why did Paula disappear? Okay. Looks like Paul is okay. That's weird. Give it a little space and we'll try to install the second one. They don't dock up like a normal docking port though. So maybe I'll take a little bit of extra time to fiddle around with the settings and see if we can figure something out on that. Once I get aligned, try to remind me to do a quick save. Okay, the rest of this was such a pain in the ass that I'm going to pivot us around. Let's make this part slightly less of a pain in the ass. Sorry. Had to have a coughing fit. Sorry I didn't pause that quite soon enough. Alright, so this is our new target. Control it from here. Not that I don't think it makes a whole lot of a difference, but... And let's get the fancy schmancy docking port alignment indicator up. I want this one to perfectly match the opposite one. So I might end up actually having to do this in locked view as well. Shit. No, I'm gonna have to attach it in this orientation because I don't have hash marks. I do have the degrees here, and I'm aiming for 0. The other one was 0.2 off, unfortunately. I wasn't able to get it perfect on 0. Not with all the additional maneuvering that we were doing. See if I can do better than 0.4. Well, that's definitely not better. That's about 2 degrees off. Yeah, probably. And we'll mess with it. This is totally my first time trying them. I had it on 90. I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to dock. So I unset it, but this time we'll put it on 90 and we'll see what it does. Man, this thing is super nimble all of a sudden. Like, all of my minor little adjustments are kind of major. Oh yeah, save. Good deal. Thank you for that. How's it going, Arctic? This isn't a pain in the ass, I promise. We enjoy this. This is what we're here for. Well, fuck it. I'll leave it the way it is. Let's start moving in. I think we're pretty well lined up, I don't know. It's really freaking touchy about anything, though. I'm about 0.3 degrees off in the other direction on our rotation here. We'll try the angle snap feature. We're gonna try all kinds of stuff. But I am a fuckwad. So if I did figure out a solution, I could have reloaded a previous save and done all of this over again. But potentially doing a better job. I should have made a normal save, not a quick save, because I just saved over the previous quick save. Whoops. No, I've never tried a joystick or VR for KSP. I would like to sometime, though. I knew that LGG has resurrected an old mod to make them compatible. Joysticks to make joysticks compatible. And I've heard of another mod that allows you to use VR, but I've never tried either of them. I mostly use my flight stick for the X games and flight simulators. Ow. Okay, stabilize, you little shit. Okay, snap is disabled. Let's enable snap. I think I need to do it on both of them. So hopefully that'll stay where we leave it. Because I don't think I can do it from another vessel. Snap enabled. Oh, that's what I didn't do. When I retract an arm, I need to also go over to the other vessel to retract an arm. I think. Yeah, I bet a lot of it has to do with whichever one you have more experience with. If you started playing Kerbal Space Program with a flight stick, I bet you would prefer it. But, I don't know. There we go. Yeah. So this one will be fine, but I need to redo the other side sometime. That one was perfect. Unfortunately, I fudged this side up, though. So I'll have to break them apart. They are compatible with stock docking ports. Yeah, right now we're using just a standard one, and we've been docking it up to regular Clampetron docking ports all day. And it looks like they've got, I think, a docking port for every size. One thing that I haven't tried doing is taking a smaller SSTU docking port and changing the size of it to try and dock to like Clampetron Senior, like these ones down here. I haven't tested that out, but otherwise they seem to work. So I actually am gonna need a new adapter, or... let's see, I don't know, I don't think I can take apart... oops, I didn't mean to punch my microphone. I don't think I can take apart, like separate this part from this part with all of its child parts connected to it. I think it's gotta be kind of like a sub-assembly. You have to have, like, the original part you want to attach to. I don't know that for sure, though. I could be wrong, definitely. So I don't know what the easiest solution from here would be. Now that we have all that up, though, we're pretty well good to go. So I think we may have had... no, this wasn't a hotel, so we shouldn't have any pilots in here unless they were stowaways. Just gonna check our roster. Nope, doesn't look like it. And this is very odd, too. The other vessel doesn't count as another vessel, but my pilots and engineers aren't in this list. So, WTF is that about? And now I have no idea... Okay, wait, I do. I was gonna say I have no idea which one is the one with our people in it, but it's gotta be the one that doesn't have a fucked up adapter. That one does have a messed up adapter. It's gotta be this one. But since I didn't see any, let's go ahead and move away. Since I didn't see any other pilots or engineers that need to be brought home, these guys, as far as this point in the mission, have successfully completed their mission. They're good to go. Because without 2 additional welding docking ports, there's nothing I can do about this. Not at the moment. I think what we'll do, just for fairness, is not actually use that part. Not for now, anyway. Till we can fix it. So let's go ahead and undock this one, too. I'm just gonna move it back over to the other side. And I want to move it back over to the other side so that when I bring our experiments up that are going to dock there and there, I know that the one that's set up properly is the one that has our transport attached to it. Can you get this with Tirecraft to SPH? I have no idea what you're asking, Airborne. And then we'll go and deorbit the rest of our crew. So it's not a primary thing for me to fix that, but at some point I would like to fix it. I think it's more important since we're so close to actually starting up our space research stuff to get our experiment packs up here. Now that we have the adapters, we have a place for to attach 2 of them. Originally I was going to do 4, but I don't even know if I need more than 1, so I might not actually need that other adapter and may be able to get rid of it. I would have just got these guys out of here and then done this for a little bit less of a yellow clock, lower parts in the vicinity. But if I were to lose control of this, I have 2 pilots in that one, so I could easily just EVA over to it and take control. Once again, I do want to give us a little bit of space in between these. I don't want to approach a docking port because of that crazy magnetic force. I don't want to approach it, you know, from side to side. Like, I wouldn't want to match speed with it and then move directly down in front of it. Not without enough space. So we're going to give it a little bit of a gap here. Right about that. Like that. Good morning, H4. Didn't miss much. We just got done messing around with our first welding docking ports, and I fudged up the first one. But the second one was a complete success. About the craft file in the... I have no idea. Can you get this... So, oh, do you want the craft file from the spaceplane hangar? That I could do. I didn't actually understand what you originally had said. Something about a tire. But yeah, if you guys want any of the craft files, just let me know. Alright, let's start approaching. Easy peasy. Cool. So this is basically these guys' escape pod. And now we have a couple of other pieces that we need to send up to this station. Cyber Gaming, thank you for the good vibes, man. Yeah, looking pretty good. Let's get our other crew into a low orbit. These are 2 of our pilots and 2 of our engineers, so they are fairly important. We're gonna need them to do other stuffs. I'm gonna whip them around retro. Hopefully we have enough fuel. We're pretty damn close to not having enough fuel, but I think 400 meters a second ought to do it. Overdid it. Overdone did it. Let's go ahead and speed up with just our monoprop nozzles. We don't want to do an aero brake. Yeah, it'll have a really long pause right before it does all the physics calculations to figure out your explosion. That's one of the things about Kerbal Space Program that makes me seriously freaking nervous. When I'm approaching a target and, like when I was doing those, the docking port welding, and you hear an explosion, but right before that there's like a big ol' pause. I just expect for something bad incoming. Man, we lined that up just about perfectly for a re-entry burn. I wouldn't mind trying to target a little bit closer to the facility, though. So let's go ahead and circularize a PE. That'll put us at 86, and I think I'm going to wait to actually deorbit them for a minute. That will do the initial part of the burn in the first part of the re-entry in the dark. As we approach dawn here. 195 meters a second. We have 305. Perfect. Just enough fuel. You're making a submarine? That's awesome. Oh yeah, how'd your crawler end up turning out? You lost people building your station? So you end up in sections. Then can you see how it's supposed to look and edit it if needed? Is that what you're asking? The flight computer is part of remote tech. And unfortunately it's an integrated part. There's no standalone of it. You have to have remote tech to be able to use it. But I totally think it's worth it. Oh yeah, send it up in sections. I prefer for the main portion of the station, typically, depending on the weight, the total weight of the payload, I prefer to put that up in one piece every single time that I can. What we were adding there is just a little adapter on the docking port. Max Mistake, thank you for the follow. I feel like we met in somebody else's stream where you were their pilot. Your name sounds very, very familiar to me. Were you watching, do you watch Sanjo? I think we met in Sanjo Shark stream. I could be wrong. I do watch a pretty wide variety of different Kerbal Space Program streamers, but that one I think is the one. So we're not doing, if I did meet in Sanjo's, we're not doing a realism overhaul like his. We're doing JNSQ, which is scaled up to, it's either 2.5 or 2.7 or 2.8. It's something like that. It's about quarter scale. Why? Oh, because it didn't turn off my flight computer. I was like, why can't I not rotate? Very difficult to rotate without your flight computer. Alright, 86.3 and 85.8, so we are good to go for a safe deorbit burn. And what's our time looking like? We still have 2 hours before our next maneuver. And we're fairly circular, so I want a maneuver node somewhere on this end of our orbit, and I want to re-enter at about a 55-ish kilometer periapsis, and then I want to move the trajectory's little crossover there just past the facility. I'm going to try to line us up. We are going to overshoot it a bit, in the hopes that we do end up a little bit closer to the facility. Let's see how that works. No problem, Centurion. Thanks for chilling, man. Oh, and thank you for the host, Paula. You want to learn some Kerbal operating system? Have you gone and followed the developer? I thought that I saw him online just the other day. Mr. Dimbaratu, one of the lead developers of it, or maybe the lead developer, I don't know, it's been a while, does stream here on Twitch. Looks like he was last playing GeoGuessr. I haven't caught any of his streams in a while. I thought I saw him playing something the other day, though. Let's see how this re-entry goes. We're gonna go around for one full pass. Oh shit. And I need to pull us out of time warp. We need to recharge our batteries. We need to let our solar panels go ahead and track on it. Oh nice, what other mods is he working on? I thought he was mainly focused on KOS, but it's been a while since I caught him. Gotta redesign the submarine? Aw, I'm sorry. So what are you gonna use your submarine for? Got any missions in mind for it? Let's go to time warp and see if we can fully charge our battery. I don't want to run out of power before we set down, and I'm a little worried about it. So first I have to recharge our kilowatt hours. May end up going for 2 passes. For diving, yes. For going underwater, Dan. Oh shit. Is this messed up? Is it not going to be able to fully charge? Might be messed up. Oh, did I ever switch my fuel flow priority? No, I didn't. Shit. Not a big deal, but I was hoping to set this up to permanently leave the top part there full of monoprop. all the time. Oh, and one other thing that I want to do for safety is go ahead and move Private Paula up into the top part. We have far less of a chance of the upper portion of this being destroyed than the lower portion. Hello? There. So I just want to make sure that everybody's all nice and tucked away up front. Yep, we look good. We got all 4 of them in here. Sweet. You're gonna try to grab ores from the ocean floor, huh? Well, that's pretty cool. So, do you have a mod that adds, like, biomes, additional biomes to the bottom, or submersible contracts or anything? If I had contracts or biomes or, you know, seaweeds or, you know, something that I could get from down there, I would totally be down for making a submarine. Literally the only reason that I've never really bothered is, I did have one of my guys sink once, and I kind of seen the bottom of the ocean, and it just didn't seem like it was really worth all the hassle at the time. Shit. Are we gonna have enough power for this? It's gonna be close. We might, but we might not. Just for fun? Yeah. That would have been the main draw, I think. I would love that, though. Like, take Subnautica and merge it with Kerbal Space Program. Wouldn't that be great? Or something like No Man's Sky and KSP, where you have a physics sandbox with, you know, just these really vibrant worlds that you can go to. So one thing that I'm kind of looking forward to, there's another map pack called, is it Beyond Kerbin? I don't know. There's another map pack that adds like 3 different stars, and they're trying to keep it fairly realistic as far as what we know exists out at those stars so far, or what we think we know exists out at those stars so far. So like, oh, I'm wasting monoprop, aren't I? Like Alpha Centauri and stuff like that, but kind of Kerbalized. And they were talking about maybe trying to make it compatible with JNSQ so that we could add additional stars to potentially go to later on in our playthrough. I think that would be just fantastic. Oh, I have no idea, Airborne. I did not know that there was a monolith at the bottom of the ocean. I wonder if I should separate from this now. Probably should. Let's get on prograde. Wait, why am I on prograde? What have I done? What is going on right now? I should be holding retrograde. I just spun us around the wrong way. My view is throwing me off. Let's go back over to orbital. Okay, yeah. So I'm definitely prograde right now. I just wanted to make absolute sure, because I'm about to separate from the maneuvering section. So if I'm pointed the wrong way, that thing is going to end up being debris, and I do not want that. Let's get us spun back around then. And we are set up for re-entry. Oh, nice, Mort. I've been watching a lot of videos on it. I'm going to try to learn to play Oxygen Not Included. I don't often play side-scrolling games. But that one actually looks really good. I want to try it. And Deb really wants to learn how to play it too, so that'll be a fun one. Oh, and on her birthday, Deb and I are probably going to try the multiplayer Skyrim on stream, if you guys would be interested in that. I don't know how many people can connect, but if any of you guys want to play, if it's like set up a server and multiple people can connect, then you guys are welcome to drop in too. I haven't played Skyrim barely at all. Deb plays a shit pile of Skyrim, but I played a lot of Morrowind, and I started to kind of lose interest a little bit in about the Oblivion time. About when Oblivion was out. And then Skyrim, I just never was able to really get into it. Oh, nice, you played Skyrim VR? How do you like it? That's what I've heard, Screed, but I could be wrong. I heard that they had to take it down. I thought there was another form of it, but I'm not sure. I think Deb would love Skyrim in VR, but she sounds a little hesitant. I'd like to get a VR headset so that I want to try to EVA in KSP. Like, that'll be the first thing that I do with it, is try it in KSP. But then I was thinking, she plays Skyrim all the time, and it's got pretty good support for it. So I figured she'd get a lot of use out of it, too. Full game, and you can mod it? Very nice. If it's cross-compatible with console, you can. If it's the Elder Scrolls Online Tamriel. Oh, I have no idea. I wouldn't think it would have cross-platform because it's through a mod. But I don't know. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that, using it just to have a humongous screen. I've seen a mod, and I don't know, we might actually have to go back to like a previous version to be able to use it. But I did see a video on YouTube of a guy who was using a mod to do VR in KSP. So I know it's possible. Can't deal with first-person sword battles? Well, you can play... I think you can do third-person in Skyrim. I don't know. I loved Morrowind. I just had a bunch of issues with Oblivion. I felt like it was kind of a ripoff, that you were basically just doing the exact same shit over and over again. Like, I had fun up until I took out my second Oblivion gate, and then I was like, what the fuck, how many of these are there? And why are they all so similar, you know? And then my second issue with it was, if you go and look at all of the, what do you call it? The, Daedric armor that's in any of the games before that, it was extremely rare, and it seems absolutely just common in Oblivion. And I didn't like that either. Like, going out and farming up and trying to find all of the one-of-a-kind Daedric armor pieces in all of the other games was a big draw for me. So making it something easy to get kind of torqued me off a little bit, honestly. Fable? Oh, I loved Fable. I didn't get as much out of the latest one as I thought I should, though. I can't remember why. I think I had a shitty graphics card at the time, so I should probably go and revisit it. But yeah, Fable was a great game. I was trying to get Deb into Fable too. Oh, and Cyber Gaming 424. Thank you for the follow, man. Are they not going to make any additional Fable games? Is that where you're saying Fable is dead? But yeah, I do need to give Skyrim a fair shot. Like, my dislike of Skyrim, it's not really even dislike, it's just my disinterest in Skyrim purely stems from a disinterest in Oblivion. Chicken Chaser? Yes, sir. Yeah, I had a lot of fun in Fable. There was one of them on the console, it was either Fable 1 or Fable 2, where you kind of control time. And I don't know if the other ones had it, but holy shit did I exploit the crap out of that. Handing out butts. You kind of like combo attacks, so I was always trying to get the highest combo attack, like lead from one attack into the next throughout an entire section, try to make it all into one huge one. I had a lot of fun with Fable. You can get arrested for killing chickens in Skyrim? I did not know that. Yeah, exactly, Mort. By the time I got to my second Oblivion Gate, for one, on my first Oblivion Gate, I had like half a suit of freaking Daedric armor already, and that kind of pissed me off. And then by the time I got to the second one, I was like, what the hell, I just did this. I literally just did this. So I think at that point I hit the internet and looked up how many Oblivion Gates there were, and said, okay, fuck this. If I'm just gonna do the exact same thing in different locations for this entire game, then I think I'm good. I didn't have a whole lot of patience for it anyway, because I had maxed out so many characters in Morrowind. I played through Morrowind, God, 20 times. Scouring, you know, maxing out my characters, scouring for all the different stuff, and you can't max out characters anymore, which is fine, but I kind of like that, how every time I started, if I wanted to go through a different storyline, I could max out my character, make him just, you know, the superhuman. In Skyrim, you need to get the Randy Savage mod. Changes all the dragons into Randy Savage, and they go, ooh yeah, right before they breathe fire. That's awesome. I wonder what Deb would say if I installed that without telling her on her computer. Yeah, Deb was telling me about that the other day, because, like I said, she's really into Skyrim, so we were talking about, like, what I didn't like about the previous ones. She was talking about installing a mod that makes Skyrim into Oblivion, basically, and I was like, I don't know if I would do that if I were you. Like, if they had a Morrowind one, try Morrowind, but I don't know if I would do an Oblivion one, because Oblivion kinda sucked, in my opinion. Like, my little brother, Justin, I think Oblivion was his first Elder Scrolls game that he really got into, so it's his favorite, you know? And she was saying that they have, like, dragon masks, like, there's stuff that's better than Daedric stuff, or that's rarer, at least, than Daedric stuff. And I didn't even know. I just figured Daedric has always been the best, so it would still be the best, but... I played, I think Arena was the first Elder Scrolls game that I played. Way long time ago. I think I played 3 or 4 of them before Morrowind came out, and Morrowind was, well, by far and away better looking. They were so difficult, the old ones. And I played all those on PC. It was also the first Elder Scrolls game that I played on console.
It's nothing. Carry on.
Yes, General Tucker.
It's nothing. Carry on.
Give them their last rites. As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you.
Aramis, did you hear that?
What do you see?
It's in the clouds.
Ah, the hat. Oh dear. Is Elder Scrolls 1 the one where you start out in the dungeon? And you kind of have to scrounge around? I played that for probably an entire summer before I finally got out of it. And got to actually see the overworld. And then I immediately did something that made me an outlaw. And I ended up having to go on the run. I wasn't allowed in that territory anymore. I don't remember what I started at. I think Redguard, maybe? That was still one of my favorite ones, though. I like the paper doll mechanic that they had taken, and so you know, kind of like your inventory screen, how you can see your person like putting all their stuff on. far, far more basic system of doing essentially the same thing. But no other games at the time that I can think of really had anything like that. So I'm going to wait for our second set of chutes to come out before I get rid of this heat shield, just in case. Maybe it'll be safe. We could try it. If at worst it's going to blow up something below us, so... Oh yeah, okay, we're good. I was still worried that we would weigh so much that we would actually run into it, potentially, but... Looks like we're safe. So, drogue chutes are fully deployed. Just about to set down. I'm gonna leave that up and watch the rest of that video later. That's awesome. I bet we could do a YouTube series of just trolling Deb on Skyrim. Go and install that when she's not around. Set up a webcam so that we can record her reaction to it when she does go to play. I think she's taken a little bit of a break from Skyrim at the moment, though. The last few days she was playing RimWorld. Another one of both of our favorites. Alright, and there goes the drogues. I'm not sure why that doesn't kick me out of physics warp anymore. Seem to have an issue with safe shoot. Oh, I love RimWorld. It's so good. You've had it on your wish list forever? Highly, highly, highly recommend it. Let's see what the best price is right now. So it looks like it's the $30 on the Humble store is still the... Oh no, that's the historical low? No shit. Wow, so the current best price is on Fanatical. I need to get a hold of them for an affiliate link and see if they'll let me, instead of getting a commission on it, see if they'll go and lower the price. See if we can get some extra money off on it. What type of game would I compare RimWorld to? Honestly, it's the kind of game that's so good that you would typically compare other games to RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress was probably the closest you're gonna get that came out before RimWorld. I'm sure there's others, though. Alright, we set down successfully. It is a little weird that this doesn't bob in the water and that it sets up perfectly solid. But we'll take it. Let's go ahead and recover our guys. Oh, the Deb brags about never going on sale with the game. When I first got it, it was really cheap. I bought it off of, isn't his name Tynan? Something like that. I bought it off of his website really, really early on in development. Because I was a huge fan, and still am a huge fan of Dwarf Fortress. Even though I am seriously fucking rusty on DF. But we're going to cover some DF if you guys are interested. If you're not interested, then I might not stream as much that week. Because I'll be playing Dwarf Fortress. But they are coming out with a version of it for Steam pretty soon. So definitely going to be buying that and playing the shit out of it. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress with one of the visual, well, no, yeah, I don't know of anything that simplifies Dwarf Fortress's UI to compare to RimWorld, so... then outside of that, looks-wise, originally they had very similar artwork. It was the same guy. They had placeholder artwork from... Or no, originally I think he had permission to use a similar style or parts of the artwork from Prison Architect. And then I think the guy that did the artwork for Prison Architect went and redid it all for RimWorld. So they looked pretty similar. Yeah, they're going to be doing, I think there's going to be a cost for it. Oh, and Silver State, thank you for the 9 freaking month resub, man. How you doing? Appreciate you, dude. Steam Dwarf Fortress. So it's not out yet, otherwise I'd have already thrown my money at it. But they're going to integrate one of the visual packs and package it all together and throw it up on Steam. And I don't recall what they were going to charge for it. I think it might be like 10 or 15 or 20 bucks. If any of you guys find out, let me know. I don't give a fuck what they charge for it. They could charge 50 bucks for it. I'm gonna pay for it. I'm buying it. But I'm pretty sure they have to charge something for it. And I would imagine we'd be able to swap these out. Like, I would think if you wanted to, you go back to the ASCII stuff. I don't think that it's going to change the UI at all. I'm pretty sure it'll just be the most current version. You'll still be able to get the free one, though. You'll still be able to go to the DF site. It's not like they're transitioning over to just Steam. They're just going to do a visual version of it and sell it over on Steam. But you can still grab the regular one off of their site for free. Or for donations, however you want to do it. But I don't know when it's actually going to happen. They first put it up there, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe even earlier, something like that. Is it going to be 20 bucks? See, I would gladly pay 20 bucks for DF. I've donated them 50 bucks, but I've played so many fucking hundreds or maybe even thousands of hours of DF. I'm totally willing to re-up for another 20. Turn it into a DLC vessel? No, I don't think Paradox bought Dwarf Fortress. I think they're using them for the publisher to get it onto Steam, but I have no idea. That's why they get away with it? I don't know. Like, they put a lot of work into that game for a long time. I fully side with them on actually charging for something. It's not like it's an open source game that a whole bunch of people are contributing their time to. It's, you know, the same fucking developers putting all of their time into that game for a long, long time. No, at the moment anyway, I don't have any Launch Tower mods installed. So our next piece of equipment that needs to go up, I can't remember what I named it. I thought it was going to be here we go. Station Science Experiments. Oh, Paradox bought Prison Architect. Oh, okay. Now I gotcha. So this little guy is just a collection of experiments that we can perform up on that station that we were just working on. And I don't know if it's actually going to fit properly. I hope so. Thinking I should probably throw some solar on this part, though. I also don't know if I like the look of it. Well, let's throw one of them up there. We've already tested it for re-entry and everything. It should be okay, I think. I'm pretty sure that it's fully tested. See how it does. A new version for Aurora. Let me look that one up. Isn't that another one of those map games? Oh no, that's totally different than what I was thinking of. I'm almost positive the one that I was thinking of has something about Aurora in the name. I wonder if I'm still following it. I'll have to go find it. You think it's hard? I don't know. Like, my problem with Prison Architect, the thing that kind of made it hard for me to stick with it, is when I did get into a problem, I would just sell the damn prison. Yeah, it's dancing around. I need some additional stability stuff on this. Let's see if I can balance it out. You gonna be okay, little probe? There we go. Oh, she's a fighter. Yikes. And our thrust to weight ratio is a little outrageous for 3 kilometers. Throttle back a bit. I wonder if I would... No, I was definitely supposed to start with the throttle up. Very rigged. Runs like shit after a while? Oh no, that sucks. Remember the Kerbal Space Program 32-bit days? We put up with a lot of shit, but the 64-bit days are definitely where it's at. Kick those guys off, we'll go back up to full throttle. All I've done is testing with this. I haven't actually installed one. So, my luck, the mod doesn't actually work or something, but hope for the best. So you colonize the Sol system, and then you get out to other star systems? Oh, neat. I didn't really read it. I was just seeing if it was the same one that I was thinking of. The one that I was thinking of was similar to, like, RimWorld and, what was that Apocalypse survival simulator game? A little bit closer to those two. It had something to do with Aurora, but it was more of like a defense kind of game. Staging seems just fine so far. I don't clearly remember square explosions, thankfully. Oh, shit. This rocket is really powerful. I wonder if I stole this rocket off of another thing to use as a lifter. Our freaking nose cone is glowing. Makes me really nervous about separating from the nose cone. I guess for safety, I could cut throttle here, then separate from it. That'll let us lose just a little bit of speed. Like Fallout? No, it's about, like, demons invading the world, and you're just a couple of survivors. It's called, Judgment Apocalypse Survival Simulator, I think. And it looks like they just actually came out with, like, the full release, too. Which I was a little bit surprised on. It seemed like it could use maybe a little bit more polish, but apparently the developers thought it was good to go. Name it Pluto? Oh dear. Make Pluto a huge landfill. We just use it as a target. Launch everything into it, I guess. wouldn't have to worry about slowing it down, would we? I don't know what the hell's going on with my engine plume here. It's like we're flickering back and forth between a green clock and a yellow clock for some reason, too. Yeah, we're circularizing pretty freaking high. Not too bad, though. We've definitely done worse. So an additional 271 DV for that. And that'll leave us with over 1,000 meters a second of DV left over. Okay, well, fuel-wise, we've got plenty. I want to get this up to the station and see if I can actually fit this onto that adapter. Because I don't actually know. We hadn't got that far quite yet. Today we will learn things. And we should be able to get a decent chunk of science out of these too. I would have really liked to have deployed two at once, but with them being so wide, the only way that I can think of to do it is just make them like really long, and I didn't really want to do that. With them as wide as they are, I have to have the oversized heat shield on the bottom there. And even then, I hope that it'll all work out. I don't know for sure. Alright. So our target is going to be Science Station 2, the one that we were just at. And let's see if we have a good window here. And that was at 475, right? Yep. Just about 475. Not perfect, but it'll do. Man, we have an absolutely terrible transfer window here. I'm gonna have to wait for 2 orbits. There we go. Separation of 4.4. That'll work. Gonna cost 183 to get up there, so yeah, we're fine. Just the standard 800. I knew it would be, but always a good idea to double check, right? So I suppose one thing I could do is redesign the maneuvering stage of this. Oh, we're gonna end up having to switch off of this too. Let's go directly over to our high resolution scan satellite. I'm thinking this was probably the one that's all fucked. We had 3 satellites that were on their way out to the moon, and when I upgraded JNSQ from version 0.4 to 0.7, the moon was moved. So I think this is one of the ones that's heading out there to Minmus. And we're gonna have to reposition it. Nope. I was dead wrong. I do think this is one that's getting ready to head out to Minmus, but it's probably got the previous Minmus in. Let's go and check its maneuver. Oh no, its target is the moon. Okay. So the moon wasn't in a very good position before, and we were just waiting for it to get where we needed it to be. Okay, let's hide all of our orbits again. So before we execute that maneuver, I need to make sure that it's actually done with its job. And we've got 2 of these. It's really difficult to see because we have so much shit going on. But the blue orbit there is one of the high-resolution scan satellites, and then off at a 90 degree, I have an additional one. Both doing the same thing. I need our ScanSat overlay, and we want to look at the terrain map. So it has missed a few spots. See these little strips there where it didn't hit? So one of these needs to stay behind and get that done. JNSQ updated quite a while before I actually updated to it. I went ahead and waited until KSP updated to 1.7.3, and then most of our mods updated to 1.7.3, and then I went and updated everything all at once. Right now the current version, I believe, is 0.7. I think we're on the most current version. Let me look. Yes. At the moment, 0.7 is the current version. 0.7. So I think we're okay to let this one go to the moon. If we were to wait, then our next transfer is going to be on the opposite side. So I'm going to have to wait for the moon to get all the way over to here for us to be able to go from a polar orbit to a polar orbit. I think we'll just let this one go. That, and I don't really give a shit if we have high resolution altimetry data. The only thing that I really do care about is that it's done over 75% so that we get paid for our contract. Aw, you little shit, come back. Conduct a biome ScanSat. Okay, here we go. High resolution ScanSat of Minmus, the moon, but I don't have one for Kerbin, so yeah, we've already got paid. So even if the other one doesn't get all that stuff, I don't really care. You're so bad yesterday because of KSP? Thought you had to start over because your solar panels were not getting any charge? But updating to 1.7.3 fixed or save? Oh, nice! I've had that before when I had something conflicting with Copernicus. It was when I was dicking around with a bunch of different stuff with JNSQ. And that was weird. Not JNSQ, with GPP. Sorry. Whoa. That looks fucking crazy. The hell is up with that? It's gotta be the overlay. It's not the overlay, so I have a scatterer issue. That sucks. I'm fairly confident that that's only gonna happen at this altitude, though. I may have to try and fix that. That looks so terrible. But we are almost on our way out, so hopefully it won't matter. Oh, and how we doing on power? Ooh, we kind of borderline, maybe even fucked on power. Where's the sun at? I don't have a whole lot of time for this. Let's charge up whatever we can. Using 76 different mods? Nice. Not too bad. I think I'm finally up to like 130 at the moment. Probably run into a hell of a lot less problems with 76. For the most part, though, the vast majority of the issues that we have run into, we were able to quickly identify what the problem was. I don't know what the hell that's about, though. I've seen that before, but I've only seen it on vessels that were coming in like from the moon, going into a low PE for their circularization burn, and once they get to a lower altitude, it does fix itself. So I guess for now we'll just look away. Yeah, I see that it's not charging, and I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Not sure what the hell that was about. Thankfully, it's decided to do work now, though. Well, I'm not going to be fully charged by the time we execute this maneuver, because we're going to be doing it in the dark, right? So let's go ahead and get in position. Make sure that before I go into time warp again, our solar panels are actually tracking the sun. And we'll see what we can do. Yeah, it looks like we'll have enough power, but kind of close. Oh, nice. GG, H4. Do you have any screenshots of your submarine that you'd like to share with us? I'd love to see it. And what kind of mods are you using? Or any at all? So hopefully this will go well. Yeah, the biggest thing is just trying to figure out, you know, where the incompatibility is. Because there's some things that I wasn't able to fix. Good morning, Jaden. Like, there's an incompatibility between Near Future and Interstellar Extended that I wasn't able to fix. So for that, I just deleted the parts mods. Then we had a problem with remote tech, but I'm pretty good with, well, I'm getting better with mod manager patches, so we patch that ourselves. I try to fix anything that we can ourselves, and if not, try to figure out what the hell the problem actually is, and then I just report it to the developer of both mods that are having the issue. I really hope this does a good job. I need to switch over to the opposite one, the other version of this that's going to be heading out to Minmus, and make sure that it's heading out to the current Minmus, because these have been up there for a little while. Minmus used to be in a higher orbit. And then it got changed. So what do you guys think about us trying out I think you say it Principia, but I don't know, it looks like Principia to me. Just thinking about giving it a go sometime. Perfect. We have 664 meters a second of DV on the telescope itself. On the, satellite itself. It's not a telescope. So as soon as we switch into the sphere of influence of the moon, I want a follow-up maneuver. And I want to use this maneuver to line up for a polar orbit, well, for a polar flyby. We might do our corrections later, though. This turns out to be a pain in the ass. Okay, so that part actually looks fairly simple. Because I'm thinking that we're probably going to separate from this and let it collide with the moon, since I don't have any explosives on it. But I need to make sure that I have enough DV on the payload. Why did you do that? There we go. So 42.6 plus another 396, so about 450. Yeah, we've got plenty. Okay, cool. So I'm going to tell the flight computer to do both of those maneuvers. We need to make sure that we separate from the maneuvering section when we get up, you know, before we actually initiate that maneuver. And that should eliminate any debris. Then the bottom part here that we're going to discard should just collide with the moon, and this will circularize itself. Wait. I fudged something here. I forgot about the actual target altitude, which should only make this cost less, I think. But the initial maneuver may cost a little bit more. So the other version of this is at 751 kilometers. That's what I want to actually target. Oh, nice. That looks cool. I like it. A rocket-propelled submarine, huh? See, that's why I was assuming that you had mods. We've got a couple of mods that add some turbines and props that we can use underwater. That's really cool. I dig it. What the hell was I doing now? Oh, alright. Back out to the moon. Focus view. I didn't actually put that first maneuver in properly. I aligned it for a roughly 90-degree PE. But on top of that, I also need that to be at a 750-kilometer altitude. Something like that. Let's go ahead and fine-tune it while we're here. I want to get my altitude locked in first. About 750, and then I want to adjust the angle. Get it as close to dead on 90 as I can. Sweet, that'll put us at 90.01314 if it executes the maneuver completely perfectly. So that did double up the initial maneuver, but it should make the second maneuver a little bit less expensive. So now we need 362. Okay, yeah, we're still good. We'll be fine. And those are what I want to feed into the flight computer. Cool. Yeah, how well does it work? Is it easy to control? Alright, and we're out in the sun, so we should be safe to switch off of this thing. Should be fully charged by the time it gets there. And we'll come back to it. What else do we have going on? I don't have a whole lot of a gap in between those two. Let's switch back over to our experiments. I should have done the time warp from that thing, because we can time warp at a higher rate of acceleration. We're going to be limited to the time warp of a low orbit over on this one. trying to think if there's any way that you could put a bay on there, maybe use it to recapture upper stages or something like that. Be kind of an interesting way to do it through a submarine. I've seen people do it through planes. I've seen a lot of boats. I've never seen a submarine that's made to go out and like grab deorbited command pods and then lower stages and whatnot. So back over to our little probe. It's just holding prograde right now. Got about 51 minutes before our next maneuver, and then we're going to have about an hour after that before we have a multispectral satellite maneuver. So hopefully those two won't conflict with one another. But who are we kidding? They probably will. I just hope that this thing is nice and balanced for going in for that docking maneuver. That's all I ask for. Yeah, see, our clouds look perfectly fine from down here, so I think 750 kilometers. I bet I could fix that by just changing the... Because you have two different of everything for the most part, the way that the game works. Like, what we're looking at from here, as far as the surface, is completely flat. So if there were, say, a mountain that actually went outside of the atmosphere, from outside of the atmosphere, from a low orbit, it would still look flat until we started to get close to it. There's two different kind of textures, and then as you get closer to it, it loads up the second one. And I think that our clouds, you get a different kind of clouds when you're within the atmosphere, and then another kind when you're outside of the atmosphere, and then eventually the game, to save you memory, because we wouldn't want, if we had like a moon over there with clouds, we wouldn't want the clouds to be rendered on the moon way the fuck over there. So as we move away from it, I bet you 750 is pretty close to that threshold where those go away. And I bet if I raise that, we could get rid of that visual glitch. But I've never messed around with Scatterer, so I don't know if that's even possible, or if it would actually fix it. But it might work. I don't think it's that big of a deal, though. We're not going to have a whole lot of stuff that's going to be just chilling at 750 kilometers. Well, that was a really interesting way for that to execute that maneuver, and it's kind of fucked everything up. Let's go ahead and initiate SAS and hold prograde, and we'll go and unfuck it. I know that it screwed everything up because our final AP is 482, and we know that our target is at 475. So I want to find my separation at intersect 1, and while I'm holding prograde with RCS enabled, I want to see if I can minimize that. Yeah, we can get it all the way back down to 4 kilometer, a 4 kilometer separation, and we've lowered AP to 476. Ooh man, are we gonna be cutting this close? Whew. We've got half an hour until we're gonna be up right next to our target. We've only got 1 hour until we need to do another maneuver. See if we can get that thing in there and get it docked up. Are we going to be in the dark for this too? This doesn't have any external lighting, I don't think. Maybe it does have surface lights. I don't think it has a headlight though. Ooh, Ooh, that docking port light might do the trick. Might be okay. Alright, so there is our target. We're at our 3-minute warning. We'll go ahead and get rid of the maneuver node. Clear that out of the flight computer. And just the same as any other vessel, we want to orient to our camera. I want to be able to, you know, when I nose up, I want the vessel to respond in kind. Just simplify everything for me. Reset my SAS and transition the nav ball over to target. Yeesh. This thing is way too nimble. I need to take the power down on, like, all of its monopropellant nozzles, but I have to do it equally. The rear ones are just way too freaking powerful. Honestly, even the front ones are way too powerful. What the hell is that? We got Science Station 3 over there, and Science Station 2 over here. Wow, those are pretty close. Anything else over here? No, it looks like it's just the two. Okay. Let's go ahead and lower our approach velocity. I love that that it's right on the horizon line, too. Physics is about to kick in. I would prefer not to be in the middle of a burn when physics kicks in. So I'm just going to delay here for a moment. Oh my goodness, Anodin's getting rich. We need to figure out something to do with those. I was talking about doing a giveaway with our points. Throwing out like a gift card or something. Would you guys be down for something like that? Oh shit, I lowered our speed way too much. Oh well, we'll speed back up. That'd be my bad. Thankfully, since our monopropellant nozzles are way overpowered, we can just burst toward the target. Get that approach velocity back up, no problem. Okay, let's do some time warping and get a little closer now. And I have no idea where the hell we're supposed to park this thing. We're gonna have to get pretty close. I'm gonna slow us down to about 10 meters a second. Oh, now I know exactly where we're supposed to park. I can definitely see the transport right over here. Awesome. So we'll go ahead and start approaching that. I don't see any solar panels that are going to be a problem, but just in case, let's slow down. We're about 200 meters away from it. Oh, you did by 3/4 of an hour. That's crazy. 200 hours watched? My goodness. This is going to be a nightmare to dock with all of its nozzles all OP. And I want to dock this one probably right there. Nah, we'll go around to the other side. for funsies. So I want to go above the transport, I want to level out, and I want to try to back us into right in there. Hopefully without actually running into the transport. Or the station. That would be good too, wouldn't it? Not too shabby. So that will be our target. And I'm going to dock this in a way so that its solar panels will be exposed. So I do need a quarter turn. Let's go this way. Oh man, this thing's jumpy. I'm gonna wreck. It was really nice being so nimble for the initial approach, but she's a little overpowered for the final approach. Oh shit, I burst the wrong way. I meant to slow down. So I kind of bounced off of my target. Take that, station. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the looks of the probe. It's an ugly little shit. I think I'd be a little bit more happy with it if I delivered the probe in, say, a shuttle or something like that, and had it inside of a bay of some sort. But no, that would work. That would totally work. We would still have to be able to maneuver this middle part here, so that we could put it back inside the damn bay. I guess that's not even necessarily true either, because we could just undock from it. It would just need nozzles to move it away from the station, and then we could collect it inside of the bay when we separate. I don't know, maybe it doesn't actually look all that bad. Mostly I just don't like this part, the extra fuel tank there. Could even probably integrate it with the lower part of the station, which is a resupply drone. But now that we have these up here, we can actually mess around with the station. Oh, and I also forgot to do my quick save earlier on. It's too late now, though. So, let's see here. Let's go ahead and start research on the Thinker Lab first. I should probably wait until we actually get out in the sunlight, shouldn't I? Maybe not. And this should be, yes, generating Eurekas. Then with this one, we're generating bioproducts. This is our zoology lab. And then the rest of them are unmanned. So I do have 2 more of those laboratories, but I don't know if we actually need them quite yet. And now we can go down to our experiments. So, if I want to do the quarks experiments, I believe that I need some Well, I need quarks, right? So let's go over to a cyclotron. Just one for now. Let me make sure that this one's turned off. Okay. I'm going to start the cyclotron. That's going to generate quarks. And I didn't really put these together in any particular order or anything. So what do we got? We've got a creature comforts experiment, and I believe that that experiment is going to require bioproducts as well as quarks. So this should be one that we can do. We'll go ahead and start it. Oh, it's Eurekas and bioproducts. We generate Eurekas in the Thinker Research Lab. We generate bioproducts in the Zoology Lab. So it's slowly going to fill those up, and then once they're finished, we should have a final product, an experiment that we can take out of there. Prograde quarks and retrograde quarks. Let's go ahead and start both of those. So this one, prograde quarks, only requires quarks. And we get those from the cyclotron. But it doesn't look like it's full of them anymore. Then for retrograde quarks, we additionally need 24 Eurekas from the lab. So I can already tell that I want to bring up another 8 scientists, and I want to get them to work on the other ones. Let's start the plant growth experiment. That one just takes Eurekas. Eccentric quarks are Eurekas and quarks. And quark bioactivity, that's the one that's Eurekas, bioproducts, as well as quarks. So as far as quarks go, one cyclotron is actually doing pretty fucking good, but for Eurekas and bioproducts, we're definitely generating those extremely slowly. So let's get our other crew up here. And I'm probably going to have them dock over here, since I fudged up on welding these docking ports, welding these two pieces together. I need to... Ooh, we could have our next crew go and do it. Okay. So, back down to the Space Center. Oh, and the last piece of equipment down here is called a spectrometron. And basically with this one, we take those quarks and we apply any other science experiment to... we just see what the hell happens to it if we apply quarks to it. So it works on everything. Even if we have a photograph of another planet, we can feed it into this piece of equipment. And kind of like with your research lab, how you take, you know, one of some, like, part of your soil samples, and you feed it into the research lab to get a little bit more science. The spectrometron is an alternative to that. So it does require quarks, and then you take your experiment, or your surface sample, or, you know, whatever the hell it is, and you put that in here. But we don't need that one quite yet. There are a couple of things that we could do with what we have here. We do have a probe core, so we could do a telemetry report. We also have hydroponic farms, so we could do a plant growth experiment. And we have people, so we could always send somebody out for EVA reports, and we could also do crew reports. There's a couple of things that we could feed into that, but I want to get our other crew up there. I want this to be running at full capacity. And in the future, I think I'm actually going to go with a 12-man station. Because it seems like the cyclotron is doing great. So maybe one cyclotron, but do 4 Thinker Research Labs and 4 Zoology Bays. And all in all, it should be simpler to do that too, because the cyclotrons weigh about 30 tons, and I believe that these are less than 15 tons apiece. So taking out one, I mean, overall we'd only add about 15 tons to the initial payload. That shouldn't be too bad. It should be doable anyway. Let me just double check that I didn't have anybody chilling in the, what do you call it? The shuttle there. And before I switch back down to the surface, I do want to make sure that it's also out in the sun, because that cyclotron is using about 90 electric charge per second. That's why we have so freaking many solar panels on this thing. We need a lot of them. I'm looking over our power. So it does look like we're regenerating megajoules. I think we're fine. Oh, one cyclotron might not be enough. It looks like what it's doing is just, we have an initial capacity of quarks. So it just emptied them out when I activated all of those. So at some point we may end up having to run both of them. Oh, this must have one of these things with a capacitor rather than a lithium battery, because we have megajoules, kilowatt hours, and electric charge on the same vessel at the moment. Okay, so it should be totally safe now. Let's go back down to the Space Center. And are any of you guys that are viewing right now interested in being one of our scientists? If you are, then I'll go ahead and spawn a curveball in for you right now, but you need to let me know, like, ASAP. And if not, we'll just hire on, you know, randomly generated ones. That's fine, too. So I know we have like 3 left over, but I'm just gonna hire on a full-on 8. And then we'll have spares for later. Ooh, I don't think I have you in yet, Airborne. You want to be an engineer? Totes can do. Matter of fact, if we end up going ahead with our rover project, how would you feel about being the driver on our rover, or one of the engineers on our rover? Since you do a lot of driving yourself. I think I want the transport with the adapters. I think I'm going to go ahead and replace the faulty one, the one that I fucked up on. Wow, even taking that part out, the fairing actually still looks just perfectly fine. Yeah, I think I'll leave it. So I do need to separate them out again, though. That, and these go into this stage, and that goes above the separation of the main lifter. The other adapter went in perfectly well. So I'm just going to bring that. Then, as far as crew on this one, get an asteroid named after yourself? Sure. We need to go and get some freaking asteroids. Okay, so I do have 2 in here. Let's go higher on 6. Let's update our save, though. We're going to go and do some work on the station. We're going to tear apart, basically break all of the stuff that we just added, and I'm going to try it again and hopefully do a better job this time. So over to not admin, astronaut complex. I would like random scientists, and I kind of want them to have different reactions while we're in the middle of the mission, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then real quick, let's go ahead and spawn in a curveball for Airborne, who wants to be an engineer. Nope, nothing that you have to do at all to claim a curveball. Just let me know what you want to be. You want to be a male or female, and what position you would like. Like, what job would you like? I think I did that right. Airborne Junkie. All letters except for the A lowercase. Okay, I think we're good. Male engineer. Randomized personality. And did you want to be in here, Scree? Prefer to be a scientist or a pilot? Oh, it's totally up to you. Screw that. So, trying to think of how many pilots we have. I'm sure I can find a place for you if you want to be a pilot. I can definitely find a place for you if you want to be a scientist. At the moment, I know that we need at least 12 additional scientists, but we're going to have a lot of missions coming up where we're going to need pilots too. Our pilots are going to work in the tourism side of things, and then we're also going to need pilots for the scientist side of it. So if you have a preference, just let me know. Rather be a pilot? No problem. Alright, if anybody else wants in, just send me a whisper. Let me know if you'd like to be a male or female. Your name will be whatever name you get a hold of me on. So if you get a hold of me on Discord and you want it to be your Twitch name, it's better to get a hold of me on Twitch, but just go ahead and spell it out for me the way that you want it to be. If you happen to be watching Discord, if you happen to be watching YouTube and you would like to get in on it, but you don't want to join the Discord or come over to the Twitch, just leave it down in the comments of the video on YouTube. And when I get a notification for it, usually I put people in, you know, at the same time that we do a hiring like we just did with those 2 viewers, and then we'll hire on everybody else too. But otherwise, I do it right before I get going every day. So you can leave that for me anytime. Just send me a private message on Discord, a whisper on Twitch, or leave it down in the comments on YouTube. And we'll make sure that we get you in there. Don't have to do anything special. If you do happen to be a subscriber at the time, you get the badass and the veteran traits. But otherwise, anybody that would like to have a curveball in our space program is totally welcome to get a hold of me, and just let me know if you want to be a man or woman. And let me pull this up real quick again, because we also have MKS. So primarily, we need pilots, scientists, or engineers. But you also have the option of becoming a colonist, a miner, a technician, mechanic, biologist, geologist, farmer, medic, quartermaster, or a scout. So any of these positions are totally open. It's just with the MKS positions, you're not likely to actually, your curveball probably won't leave the lounge here until we go into phase 2 of the playthrough, where we're actually trying to colonize other worlds. Because these are mostly for colonizing places, and not so much for what we're doing right now. But yeah, just let me know. All I need to know, man or woman, what position you would like to have, and if you do have any special name that you would like for your curveball to have, make sure that you spell it out exactly as you want me to put it in. And we should be good to go. So back into the VAB. And I accidentally stored that over the damn, what do you call it? Oh, the previous save for the crew transport with the adapter. It should be fine, though. We already have the one up, and I highly doubt that we would actually use this exact same one later. Oh, if you'd rather be a biologist, send me a whisper now. And you may have to remind me when we go into Phase 2. For now, I'll leave you as a pilot, though, because you're more than likely going to get a lot of experience, and we'll be able to use you in this part of the playthrough. But, like I said, the colonization stuff won't likely be happening in this playthrough, because I think that the local moons are fairly devoid of useful material, so I doubt that we would end up actually using them here. Oh, and thank you for the follow, too, Scree. But when we go to Phase 2 of it, then we're definitely going to be making some sort of a base somewhere. So we'll definitely need all of the MKS professions. Especially need, like, quartermasters. Colonists are kind of give or take. Like, I don't think you really need colonists for anything specific, but, like, mechanics make everything more efficient. Geologists will be very useful for when we drill for stuff, like... Absolutely, Scree. Thank you for the whisper on that. I'll just leave that up until we go to Phase 2. I don't know how much longer we'll be in Phase 1. We're getting pretty close to where we're going to be generating a hell of a lot of science. And as soon as we unlock the whole tech tree, it's probably when we're going to transition to Phase 2. So for this one, just like the previous one, I do want a couple of pilots, just so that we don't have to worry about losing connection. I definitely want our engineers. Oh, Paula, did you see all the shit that you did earlier today? You got a long EVA and a bunch of work in earlier. But I don't know if you were around at the time. Deb, I'm gonna leave her back to take out to the moon. So let's start with these guys. And that'll be our 8 additional scientists that we're going to bring up to the station while we go and do a little bit of maintenance. Oh, nice. If I love building stations in this game. I would love to see some screenshots of your station when you get it to the point where you'd like to share, if you'd be up for that. You can just link them from Imgur. Just let us know what the link is going to be and then just post it in the chat. Or if you'd like to, we do have some KSP channels on the Discord, and you're totally welcome to join the Discord too. If you really want to be fancy, you can even throw the craft file itself up in the craft sharing channel. And we'll load it up on stream and take a look at your final product too. Alright, I think we're good to go. Looks like our staging is all organized the way that we want it. We just did a full mission with this, so I'm not going to go with any kind of a test flight or anything. We're just going to take it out to the launch pad and get these guys on their way. Well, maybe. Do I have an appropriate launch window? I don't. At all. Not at all. Don't know how to do that kind of fancy stuff? No problem. If you ever want to learn, just let us know. Totally help you out with it. Super simple. If you ever want to hot swap a vehicle into your game, just go to your default install directory. Under your saves, whichever one you're currently playing, all of your ships are sorted by the spaceplane hangar and vehicle assembly bay. And all you gotta do is load the, just drag the craft file itself into that channel in the Discord. Super easy. Colonize Duna first. Could do. Kind of depends on what kind of resources we have out there, but I would totally be down for it, because I do believe that Duna should be colonizable in JNSQ. Alright, I think we are ready to rock. Got our lights on, SAS is engaged, throttle all the way up. 3, 2, 1, and go. Hit it, boys. Man, we've been up to this station quite a bunch today. Let's go ahead and nose in just a bit. Not too much, though, because I remember having a problem when I took it all the way down to about a 65-degree angle. So let's go into about a 70-degree angle until we get rid of those first two solid rocket boosters. Something about like, nyah. TWR is at about 2, so let's throttle back down to about 2/3 until we get rid of these first two boosters. Well, I think they're more like the Uber of the whole colonization effort. I don't think they're going to be doing a whole lot as far as the colonizing part of it, but they're hoping to be the company that gets everybody there. Alright, separation went well. Much safer than a 65-degree. Get a little bit closer to prograde so that we have more control over this, and I'm going to nose just a bit past it to a 45-degree angle. And I did go ahead and throttle all the way back up. So our TWR is about 1 3/4. Now, I was talking about being more aggressive in our gravity turn previously, so let's try it this time. Typically, I don't nose under a 45-degree angle until my AP is over 45. This time, let's go for it, and let's see how it works. Let's go down to a 35-degree angle while we push up to 45. And then about every 10 kilometers higher than that, we'll go down into a little bit deeper angle. I don't want to be too aggressive about it. I definitely don't want to start to achieve orbital velocity while I'm still within the atmosphere. That would suck. But I want to be a little bit more aggressive about it than I had been previously, because we're circularizing very high. Alright, second booster separation was just fine. I'm all the way down to 20 degrees, and our AP is only coming up on 60. I think I'll delay here for a little bit. Let's get that up to about 75, and then we'll go down to about a 10 degree. Nah, let's do it now. Let's see how it goes. If we're at a 10 degree, by the time we're at a 65 kilometer AP, see how it works out. And then we'll go horizontal when we reach 80 kilometer AP. Actual altitude is just past 55 kilometers. I do want to protect that gear again, even though it's not as much gear. So I'm going to leave the nose cone on for a little while longer. Till probably 65 kilometers. AP isn't quite at 80 yet, so let's go ahead and deploy that. Get rid of our payload fairing, and then we'll lay down horizontal here. And what I'm trying to do, by the time I get up to orbital velocity and we're getting ready to circularize, I would like to circularize lower than 100. I seem to be fairly consistently going up to a final orbit of about 100. So I'm hoping that by being just a little bit more aggressive about our gravity turn, I can take care of that, and I can remain just as efficient, if not more efficient, by doing so. So we will see how it turns out. We need to burn out the rest of the fuel in this stage. Very short burn remaining, about 10 seconds. Nope. Nope. I'm pushing it way too high. I'm gonna nose down. It's not gonna matter, though. Damn. So I think I was definitely more efficient about it. We're almost at orbital velocity right now, and we're still at 80 kilometers. So I almost have too powerful of a lifter if I'm more aggressive about our gravity turn. I've pushed AP all the way up to 107 so far, and I still had just a smidge of fuel. Let's go ahead and burn that out, separate from it. I'm going to throttle down, though, when I activate the next engine, because we have like 5 minutes until we actually get to AP. I did not achieve my goal of trying to circularize lower. Let's see how much fuel we're going to have left over. It's only going to cost an additional 145 for us to circularize. So we have somewhere around 1,200 meters a second. So all in all, it did work out okay. It was definitely more efficient. But I need to pay way more attention. Like, I totally expected for us to be able to burn through all of our fuel. I need to cut the throttle before we're that close, or I need to throttle back so that I have more control over the last part of that, so that I don't end up kicking it up into a 100 kilometer orbit. Either way, though, it'll do. Let's go ahead and have SAS hold us on prograde. Time warp up and finish this out. Thank you for the follow, Kaldro. Welcome. We were just talking about adding curveballs into the stream, and I'm trying to promote the shit out of it so that we can get as many viewer scientists and pilots and engineers as possible. So if you're just first stopping by, and if you would like to be part of our space program here, just let me know. We'll make sure that we get a curveball put in for you. Right now we're heading up to one of our science stations. We're going to take apart a previous adapter that I installed improperly and hopefully replace it with this one and not fuck it up. I mean, it worked, like it is technically installed, but I didn't actually use the pieces properly, so there's a gap in between them, and I don't want that. We're gonna fix it. There we go. So this is going to be heading back up to the same station that we've been messing around with quite frequently today. And they're both right next to one another right now. We want Science Station 2. Science Station 3 is the one that we process data at. Science Station 2 is the one that we are primarily focusing on a mod called Station Science. Well, let me double check our numbers here. Science Station 2 is at a 475 kilometer orbit. So I just want to raise our AP up to 475 first. And then I want to move it around and figure out when the hell we want to execute that burn. And it looks like it's going to be a while, unfortunately. Let's see, where's my vessel? All the way over here? So yeah, I'm going to have to wait the 3. Damn! It's going to be another hour and 43 minutes before we actually do the burn. But that'll actually work out, because I have a maneuver coming up in like 4 freaking minutes that I forgot about. Somehow. Oh, you finicky little fuck. I need to execute the maneuver basically in the exact same spot that we're in right now, but in 3 orbits from now. Get out of the way. Shit, I may have to come back over to this, because we were just right in the wrong spot. Shit, exactly. There we go. So about an hour and a half from now. Separation of 9? That'll do. Okay, let's switch over to our multi-spec. This is a biome scanning satellite. Got about 3 minutes before its maneuver. I don't know, I learn new stuff about this game all the freaking time. I started really feeling comfortable with the game at probably 200 hours, but it was broken up over a very long period of time too, so the initial, like, you could probably lob off the first 100 hours, because I was like, you know, playing it for a couple of days at a time, not touching it for a few months, like, probably somewhere around a week of playing every day before I started to feel a lot more comfortable. And then you have these huge eureka moments as you play. I love this game. Where you're like, oh, I should have been doing it this way this whole time, and everything becomes that much more efficient and gets, you know, just a little bit easier. So thankfully, this biome satellite is heading to the moon, which should be a hell of a lot easier for us than the repositioning of the Minmus ones. I'm not actually sure how we're gonna take care of that problem. At the moment, we are on a collision course with the moon. If you look at our little blue line there, we're just going to smash right into it. And we did that on purpose. There was a maneuvering stage, that one. Let me set it as a target. I want to make sure that it's still going to collide with the moon. Oh, perfect. It's kind of a glancing hit. The green one is our maneuvering stage, the blue one is us. So our first job is to do a small correction so that we're going to end up at a 250 kilometer polar orbit. I want to go ahead and double check the flight computer and everything looks good. Let's go ahead and have the flight computer just transition now over to, to node. Okay, that ought to work. And we'll go ahead and start time warping. Oh yeah, I was watching that first day of EJ's trying out career. That is pretty cool. Usually I stream in the morning and I haven't really caught a whole lot of EJ's stuff. I do stop by quite frequently just to, you know, see what's going on, but I didn't know that he had never played career before. I think he's gonna like it. I think I like it quite a bit. And he was talking about making his own mods, too. Maybe using a handful of other mods. I think it'll be really cool. Literally had no idea until that day that he had never played career. So here's our tiny adjustment so that we can avoid a collision. And hopefully so that we end up in about a 90-degree inclination. Oh, really well done. Okay, good deal. Almost perfect. But with this second maneuver node, since I do have an active connection, now I want to update it. So I wanted both of those maneuvers in just in case we lost control of the probe, or at the time just didn't have an active connection to it. But now that we know that we do, I want to hold prograde. I want to fine-tune this. It looks like it's perfectly at 250. Let's see if I can get that inclination a little bit closer to 90. And I'm just using our monopropellant nozzles to do that. So I got it on 90.05. That ought to be great. Anything over 250 is great, so 254 is just fine. And now we want a follow-up maneuver once we reach PE, just to circularize. 385.2 meters a second. We have 580 remaining in this tiny little satellite. So we are on the money. We should be good to go. Let's go ahead and transition over to our target. And then we're going to switch off of this vessel. I want to make sure that its solar panels are aligned with the sun. I don't want to come back to a dead one. He's landing a Jeb Hopper every time now with no shoots. That's awesome. I hate doing propulsion-only landings that make me nervous. I dislike. But I do definitely respect the engineering involved in making them happen consistently. For some reason, this one's not wanting to quite charge. Okay, now that I did a little bit of time warp and came back out of it, it looks like it's fine. So, similar issue to the last one, not sure what the hell that's about, but that's okay. And then our engine over there should go ahead and blow up right into the surface. I hope so, anyway. I'm going to be kind of pissed if it still remains as active debris. And we need to switch over to our transport again. So we're just going to leave that there for now. We've got its next maneuver put into the flight computer. At least I fucking hope we did. Pretty sure that we did. If not, we'll find out when it's floating off into this huge elliptical awful-shaped orbit. And if it does that, we'll send up a drone, and we'll break it, we'll blow it up. And we'll launch a replacement. Pretty sure it's in there, though. So these guys... Ah, shit, I should have done my time warp on the other one. These guys still have an hour before their next maneuver. Let's go ahead and get them in a time warp, though. Won't take too long. Take a minute. We're going to do this mission the same way that we did the first ones. We're just going to line our crew hatch up with where we want to do the work. We'll have our engineer go ahead and transfer down into this and get all of his equipment. Be ready to rock. We're going to install a weldable docking port. And first we need to get rid of the previous one. So don't let me forget to do that. Oh, we don't need that handle anymore either. Don't let me forget to tear that handle off either. I brought up a handle just in, so if something weighs too much, you have to use multiple curveballs to move it around. And just in case that one did, we brought an extra engineer, and we also brought a handrail, because otherwise they're just kind of out free-floating, and it's really difficult for me to match speeds perfectly without having anything to just grab onto. So I wanted to make sure that that we had a handrail for somebody to grab onto, just in case we had to use two curveballs to move that piece, but this thing is maneuverable enough that we were able to get the door right up there, and it all worked out. I should have taken it out of time warp. It's a little late now. Just to let our solar panels go ahead and track the sun. Because if those aren't pointed at the sun, I'm still draining power even though we're out in the daylight. Don't really want that. Okay, then we'll continue. So there's our 3-minute warning. We'll go ahead and get rid of that alarm. Just making sure that it's fed into the flight computer, and then we'll time warp up to it. Yeah, and we only have half an hour in between these two maneuvers, so... And then, I don't recall, I think a day in JNSQ is like 12 hours, but I don't know for sure. So I think we've got about 7 hours between this maneuver and this maneuver, but I honestly, I don't know. I am definitely not positive. Let's get back over to prograde. We need to minimize our separation before we do anything else. Well, it's already down to 9.1. That's probably good enough, but it did burn a little bit too much. I'll try to get it a little bit lower. Yeah, we're coming in a bit steep too. I didn't do a very good job of minimizing my inclination on the previous, on that very last launch. Eh, fuck it. 7's good enough. We're gonna be coming in a little bit low, though. So we'll go ahead and add a maneuver there to circularize, just to use as a bookmark. Time warp up to it, about 20 minutes from now. And we're approaching from a lower orbit, so it should be right behind us. There it is. Alright. We're close enough that we can go ahead and get rid of that. We can get rid of that maneuver. We can close out our flight computer. We can reset our SAS and transition our nav ball over to relative to target. We'll just use our nav ball for the rest of this. I might move this in a little bit closer before I do the initial inclination change, though. Let's also get our camera view working right. A mechanic versus an engineer. I believe that the mechanic makes your machines in MKS run more efficiently. Whereas an engineer goes out and, like, repositions the machines and tears them apart and, you know, adds parts to them. I think an engineer may also make the machines run a little bit more efficiently, but I'm not sure for an engineer. I am fairly sure with the mechanic, though. There might even be things that we can't do if we don't have a mechanic available. Alright, let's go ahead and make that quick save because I totally forgot again. Do a little bit of time warp, get a little bit closer. At about 5 kilometers from the target. Right about in there. I want to lock in on retrograde. And maybe not quite yet. Let's move it a little bit closer to the target. Then I'll lock in on it. There we go. I swear, the dog has an alarm clock. She's like, Mom should be home soon. She's running all over the place. Alright, so there's physics kicking in. We're under 50 meters a second of approach speed. So we'll get down to about 1.5 kilometers from it. Right about there. And then we'll lower it even further. For safety. And then let's also start to adjust our angle a little bit. Approach is looking perfectly fine. If not a little bit laggy, which hopefully won't be a problem. Have a great night, Mort. Thanks for chilling, dude. So I'm just waiting until I can tell where the freak our other transport is. I think it's on the opposite side, but I can't really tell. I'm pretty sure that that's the other transport. I just can't really tell which side it's on, relative to us. Oh no, it's on our side, so the docking port that we want to work with is right on the other side. That's perfect. I like to dock at the docking port that's facing away from me on approach. That way I can just back us right into our position without having to actually stop, flip the vessel around, and worry about a collision or anything. Engineers in stock, they do stuff like fixing tires. If your tires pop, if you want to repack parachutes, you have to have an engineer. And now, if you use your engineer to deploy your surface experiments, now that they're part of the new DLC, if you put the solar panels down with an engineer, I guess they generate a little bit more power. And then you want to put your science experiment stuff down with a scientist. Just did an accidental test of your submarine's crawler separation. So is that how you get it into the water? Are you using a crawler to get it all the way over into the water? Weren't you designing a kind of like a spider walking rover kind of deal? Oops, I way overdid it on slowing down. Now I have to speed back up toward the target. That was silly. I wasn't paying anywhere near enough attention. I was looking at my angle of approach rather than my total speed. Goofy mistake. So this is the experiment package that we just got done installing. This is the previous transport. And right on the opposite side of that, down here, is the one we want to work on. Oh, you're on console? Oh, okay. I wonder who the heck that was. So because of my solar panels, I have to actually fly past the target, and then I'll go ahead and reorient. Okay, let's go ahead and match speed. Then I want SAS off. I want to nose down. It's like I have just about enough clearance for my solar panels. And we'll go ahead and spin around. I want my door facing right at the area that we're going to work on. So I'm going to stay away from it while we tear these things apart, and then we'll have our engineer come back and get ready to pull the new part out and attach it after we're done with that. That ought to be about close enough. Let's go ahead and find Paula. Grab our handy little electric screwdriver and equip it. And that's all Paula should need for this part. So I have to start with all of the child parts. I can't just tear this off. And even if I could, I wouldn't want it to remain up here as debris or anything. So we'll start with like solar panels, anything on the outside that we need to get rid of. And I don't have room. I forgot to collect our little, what do you call it, handrail from the last flight. And I won't have, oh, actually I will. So we can just go ahead and grab that and load it up. Never mind. Because we're going to be opening up a hell of a lot of room when we get rid of the docking ports that we have inside of our transport right now. So I need to strip away any part that's currently attached to the final part that I want to get rid of. Then we can get rid of this part, and then we can get rid of the docking port. Oh, there won't be a docking port, never mind. And the entire reason that I'm doing this, it was my first time using that type of a welding docking port. I have a little bit of a gap in here, and now that I know how to get rid of it, I want to do it right. Welcome back, Arctic. Doing a little work on the station. Okay, so that should be all of the parts that were previously attached to it. Now I should be able to get rid of this main part. And this is where we want to install the new adapter. So it's time for Paula to go back over to the transport. Oh, I would think we had the foresight to shut the doors first. I would certainly hope so. So Paula's going to carry out the rest of this mission just out on the ladder. We'll go ahead and get him into position here. Gotta get my view so that I know which way is up and down and all that good stuff. What the fuck is my nav ball doing? Oh, I switched over to Paul again. I need the transport itself. There we go. I didn't even notice it first. Okay, RCS on. We need to move over to the right, forward, as well as upward. So as far as upward, that's probably about far enough. So I want to line up my prograde with my little line here, my indicator there. And now we should still be moving forward as well as to the side. Very important that I don't smash any solar panels doing this. And that's probably about far enough forward. I'm going to do my best to get Paula right out in front of that without running any of my solar panels into anything. Okay, and now I want to try to match speed. Cancel out all of my difference in velocity relative to the target. So I'm looking at the gap in between Paula's helmet and the adapter there, and I'm still getting a little closer. So I'm just doing little bursts till it looks like I'm starting to move away. Should be able to mostly cancel that out. And then are we still moving forward? Nope, but we are still moving closer. Alright, that should be pretty close. The longer I stay out here, like if I were to go into time warp, we definitely, since we're not actually connected to one another, we are not in a perfect orbit. Like, we won't just stay here forever. So we are on kind of a time limit, but should give us enough time to do what we need to do. Hopefully I left enough room. I'm still drifting toward it, though. Okay, that'll work. So we need Paula to go into the inventory of this thing and grab our new docking port. And we're going to install that right there. Perfect job. Let's go and get Paula back in. At the moment, we're reinstalling an adapter that I previously had installed improperly. Okay, and then we'll move away from the station to give us enough room to swing around. And really, I just need to nose up to the side. Because we're already lined up in the... Oh, nope. I do need to pivot around. Never mind. So let's turn SAS off. making sure that everything's gonna clear. And then we want to dock the front of this to that new part there. So a little bit further away from it, and then I'll go ahead and start to swing our nose upward. And I'm just doing this without SAS on so that SAS isn't trying to cancel out any of the stuff that I'm doing. Alright, let's go ahead and designate our new target. Turn on SAS since we're pretty damn close to lined up with it. And then we're gonna transition control over to docking port alignment indicator. Alright, that's a pretty good lineup. Let's start our approach. Easy peasy. I just wanted to back out and double check that I was installing this in the same orientation as the other one. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good enough anyway. Almost there. Okay, so on the one that we're attached to, if I can get my camera view to work with me here, we're going to go ahead and arm it and retract it. Okay, that side looks good. That's only half of what we need to do, though. Then we gotta switch over to the station and do the same thing on the other side. That should eliminate that silly gap that we had. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and weld them together. Well, hopefully. Sweet. So now that part's permanently attached to the rest of the station. Just that silly little adapter. But there is a bit of a bug here. Well, an unintended side effect in that I do need to decouple and dock to it again before our guys can actually move freely between the two vessels. Isn't that great? That's SSTU's weldable docking ports. So I'm just gonna back away from, I have no idea how far I need to back away, and then we'll approach again for the dock. We'll go ahead and transfer our crew out. Yeah, that's what I thought too. The sound of it blowing up is apparently the sound of it being welded, because the parts themselves do kind of disappear. So I don't know why it's an explosion noise, but the first time that I did it, I thought that something had crackened away, but apparently it's just the sound of the attachment. Alright, that should be far enough, I think. Let's go ahead and start our approach again. Dock back up to it. Oh, okay, you have to get outside of 5 meters from it, and then you can redock. Cool, thank you for that. I had no idea. I just knew that I couldn't, you know, undock and then dock directly back up. I've tried it before previously, but I had no idea what the actual minimum was. So I just drift away for a little bit and then start moving back in. I can't tell if our station's in a little bit of a spin or not. Maybe it's just the solar panels tracking the sun or something, I don't know. Does that look like this is spinning to you guys? Thankfully, it's not spinning very quickly, so we'll be able to compensate even if it is, but definitely good to know that before I go in for the maneuver. Okay. So, which two of our laboratories don't have anybody in them? Let's go ahead and transition our view to the correct up and down. This is what the orientation of the station actually is. We were doing all that work off kind of to the side, though. So, it looks like this laboratory and this zoology bay are already fully crewed. So we're going to want to move all these guys into these two. And I had to put a couple of the, like, we're totally full here. So who in the hell is a scientist and who isn't? I know that Private Paula and Bill are our engineers. Maverick and Valentina. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I don't move them out. Try and find a place where this isn't going to be a pain in the ass. That'll work. Okay, so none of the top 4. You go ahead into the laboratory. Sure, no problem, Scree. Have fun swimming. Try to think of what you want your station to do. Because that's the main thing. And then we can totally go from there. I love working on stations. Why are you not transferring, though? Get in the station. Do it. Yeah, that was rigged as fuck. Please? What the hell? Why no crew transfer? We should have complete crew passability through this entire thing. Ah, there we go. I just wasn't clicking it like I meant it, I guess. Transfer crew. Duster will be next. No, I don't use persistent rotation anymore. I really like the features of persistent rotation, but I had a big problem with my vessels blowing up on me. When I do big builds, they have a much higher chance of a Kraken attack with persistent rotation. Or at least they did in 1.4.5. That may have been taken care of. It might not be a thing anymore, but it's really weird. Like, switch over to a station like this, and all of a sudden it's in this unstoppable spin because we were just in time warp on another vessel. Just a bunch of little issues like that. I prefer persistent rotation, though, because I could tell this vessel... Like, I would design all of these completely differently. I would have power just on the outside of it. I would have my radiators facing toward the planet, and all of these vessels would just constantly hold prograde throughout their entire orbit. And I really liked making stations with persistent rotation. But unfortunately, if they're gonna blow the fuck up, not an option. So I ended up taking it out quite a while ago. I think we narrowed down that thing to be the problem back when we played GPP in version 1.4.5 about a year ago. Very cool mod, though. Alright, that should be all of our scientists. If I forgot any, they're going to EVA over there. And then before we head out, let's go ahead and start all this stuff up. So I want the zoology bay to go ahead and start generating bio... What the fuck was it? Bio something. And I also want to start up the research lab so that we generate Eurekas more quickly. And then we'll go over and take a look at our experiments, see how they're doing. Oh yeah, Steam screenshot links are totally fine too. Pretty much anything. Well, it's still going to be a while before we actually generate enough Eurekas to finish out the experiment. This one is finished, but I think I'm going to leave it rather than finalize the results of the independent experiments at different times. I'm just going to leave it full. Looks like this one's doing great on quarks, but the Eurekas were falling a little short. There is a rate of decay. It's not that efficient for me to let these run longer than they need to, but... Got a contract for hauling 6,000 ore to Minmus. You have to land, take off, and haul it to the moon. Land, take off, and return it to Kerbin. Holy shit. I hope it pays well. It's gonna be a fun one. Oh, I like it. And what are you gonna eventually be using it for? For a refinery? Is this the beginning of a Minmus refinery? Looks pretty good. I dig it. Then as far as the rest of these guys, I think we're gonna have them come home, and I need to, later on I need to send another transport up here, because this transport can't actually fit all of these guys, but I don't really want to leave an extra 4 people up there for no reason. We want to get our engineers and our pilots back home. Yeah, or we could just throw it in this one sometime, but I'm not really interested in going back to using persistent rotation until the next phase of the playthrough, since we've already got all of our stations up, because if I had persistent rotation, I wouldn't want this station anymore, and I would end up having to redesign and redeploy all of our stations. So I don't want to do it quite yet. Basically, instead of designing all of our stations so that they hold prograde with the solar panel side of it facing away from the planet, instead of doing that, we've designed all these so that they point to the north. Or basically normal. And these would go into all kinds of a weird spin if I were to put persistent rotation in now. Looks weirdy because of how big they are. Well, the biggest thing is to know your delta V transfer and start with the bottom part. Start with the part that's going to actually put the final product into its final orbit. And then after that, if you prefer to put them all together up in orbit instead of launching it all in one piece like I do, it's pretty easy. You just set it all up in your... Here, let's switch off of this real quick and go back to the Space Center. We'll be back up here, though. I think for safety, rather than not have an escape pod for those people, I would rather launch an empty one and just swap parking spots with it when it gets up there. So we may as well go ahead and do that now, but I'll show you how I put together stations. Because you kind of want to know absolutely everything that's going to go on the station before you launch your first piece. Ah, so much for my iced coffee. Did a good job today, iced coffee. You should be proud. I'd have died laughing if I'd have got a 20 on my first try. But I got a 3, so I think you're right, the dice are shit. So I'm just gonna load up one of our previous stations, and we've been up to our other stations quite frequently, so let's load up... let's go with Science Station 1. We don't use that one anymore because I had a bugged part. You got a 1 earlier? Hey, that's just as hard to get as a 20. That's just as lucky. So I do a lot of big builds. These are admittedly far smaller than previous builds though, because we're on a scaled solar system. So we gotta tone it down a little bit. My god, hopefully it'll load. Okay, so I saw that you were using Kerbal Engineer Redux. So we know that for the final part of this, if we were to send it out to Midness, we have to have at least 2,000 DV in this part. If I can click the fucking decoupler in this part. Right now, I didn't set it, like, we didn't plan to send it out to Midness, so it's far smaller than it would need to be to actually go there. We just needed, by the time we get it into orbit, we needed 800 meters a second to get it into our, yeah, this is the little guy, to get it into a 400 and, I don't even remember what we put this at. Oh my god, look at that strut. What a janky podunk piece of shit build. But it worked. Unfortunately, the parts are bugged right now. Hopefully the parts will be fixed up, and then we'll definitely be redeploying this as a secondary station. So, if you're going to build it in space, you need to know the final product first, right? Then you figure out how you're going to launch it. So if I were going to get this thing up there in separate chunks, I still need to know what the final product is, and I still need the maneuvering portion of it that's going to take the whole thing out to Midness to have that target DV. So if I wanted to go to Midness, we would just upscale this part until we get to about 2,000, and then our lifter would have to have about 5,000 to get the final product into orbit, unless we wanted to build it into orbit. So if we wanted to build it in orbit, any of our easy places for us to go and put this together, like there, this portion we could likely put up all in one. That would go up by itself, and that would go up by itself. This part still remains the same. You still need to know your final, unless you want to take every one of your pieces out to Midness and put it together there, and then you don't need to. But this is the easiest way, in my opinion. Get an idea of what the final product is going to be. Make sure that the bottom part, where the engine's going to be attached to, has exactly what you need to get it to where it needs to go. Then start to break it up into individual launches. So this would go right back onto the bottom of this part. We would get this up first, and then we'd have our docking ports. If you're already using mods, the one that we're using to weld everything is SSTU. So if I were going to do this and put it all together into orbit, I would want welding docking ports in between all of these parts. This portion here, I would launch as one piece, but standing upright like that. Oops, and that should remain on there. And same with these. I'd launch them all in one piece, but upright. Then I would take them into a low orbit, or something like 150 kilometers. And I would start with the bottom part first, and then build the rest of it onto it. So this part would be launched next, install that back onto here. Then I bring these up. To put them back on there and there, and then the final part on the front. Then I would use that that initial maneuvering stage to move the whole thing as a single piece into the Midness orbit. They do hate you a little bit, I think. You don't know if you want to build a station yet now? I totally would. This is one of the funnest things to do in this game, honestly. Doesn't take much time. Definitely got to put a little bit of thought into how you want to make it look. And the payoff is outrageously good. I love getting a new station up into orbit. Don't save that one. Let's see. This is one of our hotels. This is our first hotel that we put up, so the part count is a little bit higher than it probably needed to be. We could, now at this point in our playthrough, we could cut the part count down quite a bit by eliminating extra batteries and stuff like that. Gotta head to bed? No problem, Paula. Have a good night. Thanks for modding for me today. Thanks for chilling. And thanks for all the excellent work that you did up on our station, too. Did a great job. Stuck in traffic on the way to the gas station, so no air conditioner for 3 hours? Ugh. It's been, knock on wood, a little bit milder for me the last couple of days. So this is one of our first hotels that we put up. And it's deployer. Because I generally like to put these up all in one piece. This one isn't exactly in one piece, but I still don't have the extra part that I want. So if I take this off, and I take this off, I've got a welding docking port that's actually installed upside down because I hadn't used the mod before. And these are not crew passable because of that little gap there. So I always try to make all of my stuff crew passable as well. But eventually, I want to go and pop those caps off, and we'll just take them apart like we did before. And then we have a panorama, a really cool looking, like, all glass part that I want to put on the front of this. But I don't have the damn thing. It's a little further in the tech tree than we are right now. So for now, I just launched it with a cover on it. And the main docking ports and airlocks are here. That's an airlock, and then that's the docking port that we dock our huge transport to. That thing was a pain in the ass. I don't. I wonder if I have the parts. Because if we were gonna do a refinery, I wonder if we could come up with a design for it now. I haven't really been focusing on the parts for it either, but the upper portion, let's go with a viewing cupola and a blimp. Kind of a similar design to our previous stuff. Because we're using life support and mandatory RCS. So it's pretty important that it be nice and comfy for any of the curveballs that we might send up to live on the station. That alone would give us... This would be a very, very minimal number of people that would actually live on here too, if it were a refinery. So somewhere around 4 years worth of habitation for 3 crew. So that alone would be fine for this portion. Then probably a station hub. And that's where we would want our ISRUs. And then I want to maintain crew passability too. So one of these, or well, 2 of these would be a docking port. Probably something like that. The biggest feature on this would be the monstrous ore can and fuel cans. Or would we even do fuel cans? I don't think we would. Because the best way, in my experience so far from all the playthroughs that we've done, is instead of having the vehicles come out here to refuel, I would want a refueling drone, a big old, basically mobile gas tank, to dock up to this thing opposite of the refinery portion, or opposite of the ore hauling portion. Basically. Yeah, it's just a standard 6-way 6-way hub, all crew passable and nice and insulated and everything. So basically a Unity module. As far as life support, I think there's a way for us to make... Here, let's enlighten that with these, so that they're crew passable. I think we can take ore and make fertilizer. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a couple of farms on here, even though it's a little overpowered for the number of Kerbals that would probably end up living on it. And then we would want, off of the other two sides, our ISRUs. And I don't know if we have them. We do have some convertitrons. We don't have the size that I would want, though. So we want the lander to only have the portion of the refinery that stores the ore. We want all of the rest of it to do all of the work up in orbit. And those aren't going to be crew passable, so that's why those are going off on their, you know, their own direction. We could put a hub in there, though. You should be able to find a map, and it'll give you a better idea of what mods Community Tech Tree supports, or whatever tech tree you're using. That'll give you a pretty good idea. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put a hub in there. This is just a quick and dirty, just theoretical design, because there's more parts that I would want to unlock later, trusses and whatnot. For now, though, let's see if we have anything that looks kind of appropriate for it. Oh, I didn't hear that? Oh, no problem. You should be able to find a map for whatever tech tree you're using. I use Community Tech Tree. Let's see if I can find it. So, for Community Tech Tree, it does tell me which mods will populate things, but I don't know for sure what tech tree you're using, and if they have a map. Is that going to take a while? Shouldn't take too long. Oh, this is the wrong part. We want... let's see... use CTT? Okay, cool. Oh, maybe they don't have one for the current one. So these are all the supported mods. But I could have swore that there was one that told you what portion they were going to be integrated into. I guess it does kind of tell you down here that these guys will go into rocketry. USI life support will go into life support. OKS and MKS go into construction, colonization, life support. Warp drive is for Alcubierre. We're going to be using these in phase 2 to go incredible distances incredibly fast. Actuator nodes is Infernal Robotics. So kind of points you in the right direction, but then on top of that I use hide empty tech tree nodes. Which is a little wordy, but it's a pretty good one for getting rid of all the extra stuff that I'm not using. I think I'm going to wait on going any further with this. And then the drill, the size of the drill is pretty much determined by the engines that I have available. The drill is also going to have an ISRU so that it can refuel itself. And it's basically just going to be a big-ass spaceship with an ore can, the biggest that I can lift, on the bottom of it, and drills on the outside of that. Ruh-roh. I got a bunch of packages right out in front of the door. I'm gonna have to go grab those soon. Ooh, maybe that one would look better. For the parts that aren't gonna be crew passable. And then the extra two parts on here will probably go to our power and radiators. No problem at all. Have a good time swimming. I probably won't still be here. It's already about 2 o'clock, but I will be back tomorrow. You have a good Friday night. I can't remember what different variations we had in these, but these are all kind of configurable too. So we can give it a solid core. We can change the outer cage part, and we can put a cap on it. On the top and the bottom. I was really more interested in using stuff like this, though. Stuff that looks a lot more heavy duty, but I don't really have the rest of the pieces I would need. So I don't think I'm going to worry about this for now. We've got, I think, 5 or 6 more nodes in the structural part that I need to... oh, cancel that. We need to get a transport up into space before we get done today, or else I will forget. I want the 10 crew transport version 2, I think. I don't know why I have a version 1 and a version 2, honestly. What's up, Soul Piper? Oh, that's why I have a version 2. I don't want to use this one. This one's not safe to deorbit with. Not safe at all. So what the hell was this one? Just a different variation of the 10 crew? Ah, yes. Yeah. This was the initial design, and then I kind of refined it to mess around with different ways of cutting down our burn time on the final stage there, so I went to 3 engines rather than 2. This is just shit that I fuck around with when I'm not streaming. We want this one. The 12 crew transport. And this is the one that I also need to fix that staging in, too. Right over here, I need the payload fairing, the decoupler, and the nose cone ejection system. All right there. Alright, so we're going to kick out any stowaways. We're going to launch this one without any additional people. We'll go ahead and update our saves so that our staging is all in there properly. And let's get it up to the station. The reason, it's just a safety thing. I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where something happens to the station and we need to evacuate it, and I don't have an adequate number of transports attached to it. We have 24 scientists that are going to live on that station. I need to make sure that they have 24 seats to hop into to get the fuck out of that station if everything goes south. So right now we do have enough seats between both of our transports that are up there, but one of our transports has 2 pilots and 2 engineers that were just doing the little modifications to the station. And before I go and pull that transport back out, I want this one up there to replace it with. At your push propeller gunship. Trying to refresh my memory. You might have to link it to me. Oh, yeah, that one. That is a really cool looking ship. I didn't know it was a gunship, though. I didn't notice the that part in the original description. I really like the cockpit on it, too. Oh, now I see the guns. Wing-mounted, I have no idea what caliber that is relative to the cockpit there. Like 30s? Or 28s? And there it is. Looks like it's coming into dock with something. I like it. I really like the forward swept wings too. In that screenshot. Is that a different one? Yeah, it's definitely a different one than the first post. That was the one that I really liked. 20mm? Oh, okay. They seemed really big for 20 mils, but I haven't seen that cockpit, so I guess it's just a tiny cockpit, huh? All right, SAS on, throttle up, lights on. Since we're doing a night launch, 3, 2, 1, go. No passengers, so even if I fuck it up, it's no big deal. It just cost us a little bit of money that we were going to spend anyway. An error in the lifeboat navigation systems heading toward Duna. What? What happened? Are you off course? And follow-up question, why are you off course? What happened? That is never good. So I'm assuming that your lifeboat is part that you're sending out before you do a manned mission, right? Oh, I mean different planes, right? That first one didn't have forward swept wings, did it? Oh, it did? I'm gonna have to pull it back up and take another look. Didn't even notice. I didn't throttle down, I probably should have. But oh well. We've launched so many of these today that I'm fairly comfortable with it. I think it'll be just fine. This one? Certainly doesn't look like it has forward swept wings. Or the same, no, the other one had a rocket engine. Yeah, that one didn't have a prop on the back. Right there. I thought I was fucking tripping, you had me. Totally got me there. Damn my eyes. They're just not working right, huh? But even if we're not going to do a refinery around our local moons, just because I don't think that there's anything to really mine out there in JNSQ. I'm pretty sure that we barely found even trace amounts of ore. But we do still have other scan satellites that need to go out there. Maybe they'll find something. I think anyway around Minmus. I'm pretty sure that the M700 scanner isn't quite out there yet, so maybe Minmus? I don't know. But I wouldn't be too surprised if they were fairly nerfed. Oops. Need to lay on over. We're definitely going to be circularizing high with this one, but that's okay. Oh, you were just making a joke? Oh. Yeah, I always do kind of a lifeboat, like air quotes lifeboat type setup, where if we're going to do an interstellar mission, I want a station arriving quite a bit sooner that basically if anything bad happens, our guys can get into and hopefully survive until they can be rescued. Set up a local mining camp with asteroids. I need to go and look at our asteroids. We have started to track them. I need to put more sentinels up and see if we can track even more, though. We do have some asteroids that we've seen, but none of them coming within our SOI are really all that close to us yet. But I also haven't been paying all that much attention. Shit! Speaking of not paying attention, I'm just going to keep the fairing until we dock, apparently. Thankfully, we were still suborbital, so it shouldn't be a big deal, but that was a little silly of me. I'm going to cut throttle and ignite the engine, because we're basically in freaking space. Not a bad idea at all, though, to rely more on asteroids and set up our refinery. That would be a fun mission, too, because asteroids were not part of the game when I first started playing, and I kept forgetting that they were part of the game last time we revisited GPP. So I have never captured an asteroid in, I'm going to say somewhere around 2,000 hours of playing Kerbal Space Program. I've never captured an asteroid before. And I hear that the ones in JNSQ are pretty impressive. Because they kind of went and scaled, like, pretty much everything up, including the asteroids. So it should be an interesting challenge. Whoa, why did we veer off to the side like that when it ignited? What a heck. So unfortunately, I wasn't very efficient about that initial takeoff. I did not do a very good job, but we do have plenty of fuel, so it's fine. Tons of fuel, and yeah, I'm sure it's, I'm not too worried about the encounter with the asteroid. It's just what to do with the damn thing afterward. I've used claws for all kinds of stuff, but I've never used them for what they were intended for, which was, frickin' asteroids. And especially not knowing the exact weight or anything when you're approaching it, because you don't get that information, do you? Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. If I can find it, they're all kind of on top of one another right now. There we go. Science station number 2 is our target for this one again. And it's at 476. Okay, cool. Now, I hope that it generates those quarks and eurekas in the background, but I don't actually know if it does or not. It might not, and that would suck. Still not in the best of launch windows, so about 2 hours from now, maybe a little less. No, about 2 hours from now, this thing's gonna have a follow-up maneuver. And then we'll undock the 2 that have our crew in them. We'll get them moving away. After we match speed, we're pretty close to getting this one in position. And then we'll go ahead and replace that the one with our crew in it, with the empty one, so that we have an escape pod. Oh, you do with the scanner. You get the mass in the center of the mass? Okay. In your old save, you put an asteroid in Minmus orbit? That's awesome. Now, I know that we get tourist missions to go out and see them, too. And they're not specific, like, they don't give a shit what asteroid. Let's see if we got anything going on out here. Oh, I had them all hidden. I mean, nothing Oh, I was dead wrong. I'm like, nothing extremely close. Maybe we don't need additional ones. So how do I get their flight characteristics without actually tracking them? Or do I have to track them to figure out their flight characteristics? I'm mainly interested in ones that are going to be coming close by, but if it's already out in front of us and in a higher orbit, then that's definitely something that we could potentially go out, snag, let the homeworld go ahead and get in position, and then try to bring it back in. Oh, you do have to track them? Okay. You put yours in orbit around Kerbin in a really high orbit? Nice. Okay, and once we track them, then we'll get a projected trajectory. Okay. Well, we definitely have a lot of potentials here. These are definitely a lot further out. Oh, wow, they have classes too, huh? Can I actually, like, zoom in and look at them? Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. So I would prefer... if they're behind me, then I want them in a lower orbit than we are. If they're going to be on the outside there, I want them out ahead of me. So let's start with this guy. What are you up to, little asteroid? What? Shut the front door. This one's going to enter our sphere of influence on 159 days. What are the freaking odds of that? So in GPP, it was like they despawned asteroids that were anywhere near you. And before GPP, I think we played in version 0.9, which was right about when asteroids were introduced to the game. It was somewhere around in there. So I've never actually captured one, like I was saying before, and I've never once seen one come within our sphere of influence either. It is on kind of a batshit trajectory. I think that's totally doable. You don't think we could strike gold twice like that, do you? Let's check out some of the rest of these. I don't think we're gonna get lucky with this one, but... Shut the fuck up! What? How the fuck are the two first asteroids that I've ever tracked in this game both entering our sphere of influence? Are these all entering our sphere of influence? Or do I need to go and buy a lotto ticket? This one's gonna be here in 69 days. Oh, you've never seen this? See, I've been paying more attention in this view for asteroids that were coming in within our SOI than anything. Holy shit, that thing's gonna buzz right by us. Like, we're almost Armageddon mode here, where we need to figure out, we need to go and get, what's his ass and his drill team and a bunch of explosives and to incredibly overdone shuttles. And go and take care of that shit. A 3 million PE. In 70... Oh, well, it's going to be at PE in 90 days. It hits our sphere of influence in 79. Okay. Are all of these going to do something crazy like that? No. Okay, good. Because, like, I would start to get a little paranoid if all of these were going to enter our sphere of influence. That would have sucked. So this one's only slightly in a higher orbit than us. Unfortunately, by the time we got there, it would be all the way back here, and it would be a little bit harder for us to go and come directly back with it. So I think we can definitely terminate that one. I'm tracking the shit out of these other two. We're keeping them. So I still can't zoom all the way in on it, right? To get a look at it. I should have paid more attention before I started tracking it on what the size was. I think one of these was large and the other one was medium or something like that. I know one of them was a Class D, and I think the other one was a Class C, but I'm not sure. I have no idea. Jesus. This one's going to be within our SOI in 27 days. That's 3 so far. Okay, that's bad. We're going to die. We're fucking dead. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I don't feel fine about it. That's a problem. I don't think it'll actually do anything, but we're definitely going to treat it like it will. And then I wonder if trajectories... I wonder if trajectories would be able to tell me exactly where the point of impact would be. It's going to burn up in the atmosphere? Do you actually get to see that happen? Like, if I were able to figure out, with the rotation of the planet, where exactly that would occur, like, say it's going to impact here, and I were to build a boat and put us over there, could I actually watch that burn up? I don't know shit about asteroids. Put a heat shield on it? Well, what else do we got going on? This may have just become an asteroid stream from now on. Because that's fucking phenomenal. I can't believe we have 3 of them that are going to be entering our SOI like that. And the soonest one is in 27 days. That's so cool. I'm going to try to capture all of them. So this one's a large. Okay. Unfortunately, it's behind us, so we're just going to disregard that one. Kind of more interested in these ones, but I can't believe our luck so far. Try to land one at KSC? Oh man, I bet that's a pain in the butt. Yeah, put one in the orbit of the home world. There's a 4th one in 23 days. And that one's doing a straight up fly through. Way the fuck out there. We're gonna try to get it anyway. 36 days until it reaches PE, so that one's actually traveling relatively slow. So that was 4, right? There's 5th. There's a 5th one. 65 days. Oh my god. I'm gonna have nightmares now thinking about how likely it would be for us to be hit by an asteroid. What's with all of our satellites in highly eccentric orbits? Let me go take a look in a minute. When is this one getting here? That one's gonna be here in 154 days. Most of them are on their way out to one of the moons. Jesus, they're all coming right for us. And this one's gonna fly past the moon too. We better take a look at that one. Oh, great. So that one's gonna fly past the moon and collide with us. Man, that thing's going fast. Look at this. So its moon encounter, it's also on the very edge of the moon's SOI, I think, but the moon encounter is going to be at 128.536. It's going to have 3 days, and it's all the way back into our SOI. That's so cool. M. Hodge, welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm nerding out here. So, how many is that? I'm only tracking the ones that are actually going to come within our SOI. I think we're up to like 6 or 7 now. Track that one too. Leonatic. I like the name. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and that one thankfully isn't going to be a planet killer. Oh yeah, let's take a look at these. So, 3 of these, I believe it's this one. Why are you on your way back? Fuck, did I miss a maneuver? I may have missed an alarm. Well, it looks like it'll probably be okay. Oh no, this must be... Okay, I get what's going on. So, originally, Minmus was in a higher orbit, but that made it incompatible with Principia? Principia or Principia, I'm not sure which one it is. Basically, if you installed that mod, Minmus would just kind of skip off out into the solar system and become a rogue moon or rogue planet. So, they had to shorten it to a lower, what do you call it, orbital period. So it's in a lower orbit now. So we had missions that we had launched before I updated to that version of JNSQ, and unfortunately, by the time this thing gets to where Minmus was going to be, Minmus is no longer going to be there. So we're just going to move those 3 down into the SOI of Minmus when their alarms go off, but not before. I'm still going to make us wait the entire time that the mission was supposed to take, and then the rest of these are heading out to the moon, or on their way back from the moon. We've got, what are you doing? Oh, never mind. Okay, you're good. Because I'm trying not to ever leave any debris, and I saw this son of a bitch out there, but that's going to go ahead and collide with the moon fairly shortly. See if I can get a better view. We don't have a PE, so we know it's gonna happen. There we go. But yeah, for the most part, those are all just things that are on their way out to the moons. And then in here, this is all of our equipment and stations, all the things that are in the orbits this direction around the equator. And anything that's in a polar orbit is getting ready to transition out to the moon. So eventually that'll all be cleaned up. The orange one there is part of a mission that probably not going to take, because they're all kind of generic. You're just putting like a probe into that orbit to get a little bit of money. I'm more interested in the ones that improve our, or that work toward more progression in Stuff that we can design, rather than just, you know, a simple little probe. Well, I think we're tracking enough fucking asteroids that are gonna collide with us. Pretty sure. I am gonna have to go and probably label those, though. Or figure something out. Like, what do you guys do when it comes to asteroids? Because I want... well, I want to know when the fuck they're going to arrive. Okay, so that's one that I stopped tracking, because it's not going to come within our SOI. Can we rename them? Oh, can we add alarms for them? Add a new alarm. Perfect. Ho ho ho. So now if I scroll down our list, we see that this asteroid is going to initially enter our sphere of influence in 69 days. But now I need to do that for all of them, so what's a good way to sort this shit? Maybe only look from them, look at them from this orientation and go from the inside out? Add alarm. Now it'll be here in 69 days. Turn 18 for that guy. 69. Now we just need a 420. That'll be here in 154. So many asteroids. So the coolest thing about that is we can start making casinos. Because we'll finally have asteroids that we can attach together. Nope, this is all in career for now. I do my playthroughs in 2 phases. The first phase is in career mode, where we get all of our infrastructure and economy and the tech tree all taken care of. And then once all of that's totally out of the way, we focus completely on interstellar stuffs, and then we transition over to a sandbox playthrough. And we don't do anything locally anymore. We're just looking to colonize other planets. We're using futuristic technologies. Seems to be the funnest way. It's my favorite way. Icky, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support. Sorry, this is probably boring. I only have 2 more to do. I don't want to lose these little shits, though. I want to make sure that we grab these. And it looks like we have 1 more over here that we were tracking that's going to enter our sphere of influence. Add an alarm for that one. So, our first one's going to be here in 23 days. Then just a couple of days later, we're going to have a chance to go after another one. Just a couple of days in between these 2 as well. And then these are a little bit more spread out. I think you have to have 3 asteroids to make a casino. So we could potentially make one within the next 3 months in-game. Do we dare look at any of the rest of them? What do you guys think? Should we check them out? See if anything else is coming in? Oh, I totally agree, Arctic. I would love to have that by the time we go into the second phase of the playthrough. I think it was called Nova Carbon. Ah, here we go. It's called Galaxies Unbound. Let me get you a link for it. That one. Yeah, so we have the Tourism Plus contract pack installed. And right now, I've only been building hotels. But we can also build casinos if we can get asteroids. So these are the it's coming out in like packs, And Nova Kerbani A, I think, is the current most complete one. Then Proximus Kerbani is Proxima Centauri. I cannot remember what the hell these two are, but these should have their own stars, so that would be 3 additional stars. But I'm hoping that they put a little bit more into it. So the problem right now is that, is it worth going to another star for 3 planets? You know what I mean? What I would really like is something more along the lines of GPP with its Granus expansion. I would love to have Granus in this pack. Or, you know, something that's a little bit more complete, and try to figure out a way to hopefully make them compatible. They're going to be way the hell out there, but we're going to use warp drives, so what the fuck do we care? But this one, they were kind of talking about that it should be compatible. So, we might end up adding that one, but I would really like one that gives us, you know, another entire solar system to explore. Said that we waited the whole time? For, wait, what do you mean? Sorry, I'm confused. I'm lost. I said that I waited the whole time on, relative to what? Holy fuck, that one's coming in too. Alright, well, I'm just gonna keep going. Add an alarm for that one. Is this common? Are there supposed to be this many of these? That are supposed to be coming in like that? Or are we just, like, striking all the jackpots? No, this has to be common. That one's coming in too? In 180 days. Shit, we have so many options that we might have to go and just start culling out the ones that are going to take a while. That one's coming in too. They're all coming after us. The universe is trying to slay us. And then we have a new one up here that just appeared. What are you? This is a Class B? Oh no. Yeah, we definitely use Time Warp. I do typically try not to use Time Warp very frequently. But fuck playing this in real time. That would be insane. I think that would be really fun for somebody to try someday. But I won't be the one. I always joke with other streamers about that, though. It's normal, yeah. It's normal to not have any idea what's going on. I always, especially like if they prefer to play completely stock and stuff like that, I always pose the challenge of playing all stock, all real time. But I don't actually expect anyone to ever do that. Fuck that. So I'm wondering if the reason that these are spawning that are all coming within our SOI, I wonder if that has anything to do with the observatory and the fact that we don't have sentinels. I mean, we do have some other ones that are further out. I wouldn't imagine all of these are coming in here, but I think we're going to end up having to go in and untrack some of those. That's so many. Let's look at some of these that are way the hell out there. Are you coming straight for us too? Play completely stock but not real time? Sounds like the better way to go. Doesn't look like that one's coming anywhere near us. I wouldn't think they are. They would be in incredibly elliptical, fucked up orbits if they were. That's incredible that there are so many of them that are coming our way, though. No, it looks like just the ones that are spawning right next to us. Quite a few of them. Okay. Well, I don't want to continue tracking any of the ones that aren't going to come within our SOI, but I think we've got our plate full with just the interstellar onslaught that's taking place right now. I think I untracked... Was anybody keeping count? Maybe like 4 or 5 of these at most, and the rest of them are all coming our way. None of them as soon as these two, though. 23 days and 27 days. So we need to have a build in mind and ready to rock for going and intercepting those by the time they get here. What? It'll let me jump to them? Let's try this. I'm curious. It says jump to ship. Probably just broke my game. Yeah, you could be right. You might be right in the middle of the asteroid belt. You wouldn't think that that would make our homeworld a likely candidate for sentient life at all, though. You'd think it would just be nothing but craters. And also that it would have quite a few small moons. I don't think I should have done that. It won't let me zoom in or out. At least I don't think it's letting me zoom in or out. Uh-oh. What have we done? Zoom out? Oh, holy shit! So we were just zoomed way too far in. Have you done this before? Neat. It's a rock. So I wonder if we have any special ones. I didn't know we could do that. Are we supposed to be able to do that? Look at that thing's orbit velocity. I thought there were special types of asteroids, but I'm not positive. Oh, okay. It won't let me actually jump to them from here, but I can do it from the tracking station, I think. So we're totally exploiting a bug to get a good look at these things. Oh, there are rare glowing asteroids? Okay. Very cool. I wonder if I shouldn't stop doing that before I break something. Because I don't want the game to think that we do own it or anything. Let's do one more. That's so neat. Let's break one of these ones. That thing seemed huge too, but I don't know. Oh, I just saw Deb pull up. About time to wrap her up too. I don't know what the hell we're gonna have for dinner today. Yesterday we had some burritos. They were so good. Chorizo breakfast burritos from this restaurant called Betos here in Utah. They have another version of it that's very similar called Rancheritos. But I don't really like that one as much. Another random ass rock. I'm gonna try to capture as many of these as we can. We'll see what we can grab. Alright. Well, I think we're going to call it there. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday. And thank you very much for hanging out with me again today. Sorry about the long weekend, and sorry about starting about 15 minutes late, but I don't know. I had a Windows update, so I had like no sound everything was all fucked up. I ended up having to relaunch the game to get the game sound back, too, before I could actually get going. Shamgod, thank you for the follow, sir. Hey, baby. Oh, you're halfway there, Anadin. Oh, what do we get?
That's for you. I didn't get anything.
Why not? Oh, she got me KFC, but I guess she said nothing sounded good, so she didn't get herself anything. We shouldn't have gotten me something, then. We could have found something later on. Everybody join it fast? Oh, man. Join the heist. I'm pretty sure it's that Cheetos sandwich thing. We were talking about it, but I totally didn't expect her to grab me one today. And in the meantime, I'm going to find somebody to throw a host to. If you guys want to come and hang out with one of my friends, or another member of the THC stream team, the Happy Campers, I think we're going to go say hi to Mr. Car6. Awesome dude. And also, if you would, wish me luck. We did apply for, well, I applied for a partnership this morning before I got going while I was trying to fix the sound stuff, because it takes fucking forever to launch Kerbal Space Program with 130 freaking mods. So I applied for partnership again today and got a bunch of other crap out of the way while I was working on it. So fingers crossed, hopefully we'll have plenty of additional emotes coming up soon. Thanks, guys. See you soon, Arctic. Have a great Friday. You guys have a fantastic weekend. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll hopefully see you again soon. Welcome all the new followers. Thank you guys again for the hosts, Mr. Cyber Gaming, for the good vibes bits earlier on today. Appreciate you guys. We are going to go say hi to Mr. Car6, who's a really cool guy. Very, very good streamer. At the moment, he's trying to go for Dauntless Partnership, I think. And he should also be getting pretty damn close to Twitch Partnership himself. So I would definitely appreciate you guys going and throwing the man a follow, if not a sub. Hit his sub button. It's a safe bet. And I'm going to go and throw him a host. See you guys over in his channel. Have a great night, guys. Oh, did we win? How'd the heist go? Oh, H4 and I won. Yes. Good night, guys. I'll see you over there. Bye-bye.